celebrate the First Amendment and recognize the work of the White House press corps. While most of tonight might look similar to previous dinners, there is one big difference tonight, and that is President Trump is attending and speaking for the first time as president. And welcome to C-SPAN's live coverage of the 2026 dinner, including the red carpet arrivals, the dinner, the entertainment, the award speeches, and of course, President Trump's remarks. It is being held at the Washington Hilton, the iconic hotel near DuPont Circle, which has hosted the dinner for nearly 6 decades. And after the dinner concludes, we'll be back to hear your voices and your views about what you've just seen. But over this next first hour, we'll watch the arrivals, speak with some of this year's attendees. We'll also want to hear from you, what you would like to hear President Trump say. Here's how you can participate. 202 is the area code, 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8000 for Democrats, and 202-748-8002 for all others. Well, on your screen is a live picture from the Washington Hilton of the red carpet arrival area. And C-SPAN's John McArdle is there. Mr. McArdle, what's the vibe on the red carpet?
Oh, Peter, you and I were here last year. Let me tell you, there's at least 2 to 3 times as much media here. The buzz is in the air. Members of the president's cabinet are rolling in. You just missed RFK Jr. Jeanine Pirro was just here. We talked with Caroline Leavitt. Members of Congress coming through. This is the time of the big arrivals, and we've been catching them as they go, and we'll do it for our viewers over the course of the next hour, Peter.
Well, we saw that you talked with Steve Miller, the advisor to the president, a couple of Republican congressmen, Sean and Rachel Duffy as well. This is probably the most Trump administration officials that have ever attended this dinner during his reign.
Oh, certainly, and they're all talking about their excitement about what the president is going to say. A lot of discussion about the state of journalism tonight. The discussion ranging around the president coming for the first time as commander-in-chief, that's a sign, a good sign for the state of journalism, that he's here, that he's speaking to reporters. Brian Stelter of CNN was making the point that he's here. And he probably has a lot of these people's cell phone numbers, and they have his cell phone numbers, but he's here making his case to the press. Nobody, though, Peter, expects him to go just the 40 minutes that's been allotted to him. It's probably going to be a long night.
Well, Rachel Duffy, the wife of Sean Duffy, said that most reporters have President Trump on speed dial, and we know that for a fact. They talk to him all the time, and he picks up.
Yeah, and those reporters are walking in right now. Manu Raju just walked in, and we caught up with a few of them. There's a lot of discussion of whether there's going to be reporter interaction with the president. If he calls out reporters, what they're going to do. Discussion about whether maybe a reporter would walk out. We're all going to find out together, and we have a lot of C-SPAN cameras in the room to catch all those reactions, so viewers can watch it with us.
And we should mention that all the cameras in the ballroom are C-SPAN cameras. Now, John McArdle, you've done so many red carpets in Hollywood. How does a D.C. red carpet compare?
Not as many in Hollywood, Peter, but the D.C. red carpet, this is what they expect Hollywood to be like. This is the moment that D.C. can turn into Hollywood, and they triumph. The insult comic dog is just at the other end doing interviews. It's loud, it's boisterous. The hard-hitting questions haven't really been there tonight, but it's a moment that everybody's excited to celebrate and anticipating what the president has to say.
As you well know, the celebrity culture around this dinner has waxed and waned over the years. During the Clinton and Obama administrations, celebrities were everywhere. Are you seeing any celebrities tonight?
Yeah, we saw Kennedy earlier, MTV, radio personality. But right now, actually, is the time that a lot of the president's cabinet is arriving. Small Business Administration Secretary Loeffler was here. You saw Sean Duffy. This has actually been, it seems like the 6 o'clock hour has been when they're coming in, and they're all going to my right, it seems like, gathering together before they go to their separate tables. Obviously, it's the president and the vice president is going to be on the dais. You know the news there, Peter, that he's not going to Pakistan as part of those negotiations and is now sitting just to the left of where the president will be sitting on the dais.
And we're going to talk about this in just a minute, but I want to show this headline from Deadline. Hundreds of veteran journalists and groups urge White House Correspondents Association to speak forcefully about Trump's attacks on media as he attends annual dinner. John, have you seen anybody wearing a First Amendment related button?
I've seen a few of those buttons, and I've seen a few. Actually, there was somebody who stopped by with a "Free Iran" written on their hand. So people are here to make their points. Secretary Kennedy, how are you, sir?
I'm great.
You're live on C-SPAN. Wanted to ask you what you're anticipating tonight.
I'm anticipating that the president is going to put on a big performance and probably offend some people in the press.
And is that a good thing?
I think it's good. I think the president is very funny, and historically there's been a lot of comedy at this event, and I hope there's some good feelings that come from it, and people can take a joke.
As somebody who has a family legacy here, thinking back on the legacy of this dinner, what does this mean, this moment where the president and all the White House press corps get in the same room and do a bit of that roasting?
I think it's important. I think the president has been more open toward the press in this administration than any administration in history. He literally gives a press conference every day. He set every record for transparency that ever in our history. I think it's part of that. He's not scared of the press. He's not scared to talk about his opinion, even though you guys just criticize him all the time. You should appreciate, the transparency and the accessibility that he's given to the press is unprecedented.
Do you have a sense of how much he watches C-SPAN?
I don't know.
The question, since this is D.C. or Hollywood on the Potomac, what are you wearing tonight?
I'm wearing Alex Perry.
And Senator, what are you wearing? Or Secretary, what are you wearing?
Payment ume.
Thanks to you both. And Peter, that's what it is. You stand here in the red carpet, and they come up. Go ahead, Peter.
I will give you $100 if you can identify either of those designers that they mentioned. Yeah, okay.
I know you could, Peter, and that's why you're better at these sort of things.
Who are you wearing, John?
I am wearing the black tux rental, Peter. It's due back on Monday.
John, we will be coming back to you shortly. Line up some more good guests. Thanks for that. We appreciate
I'll line
it.
them all up, and they'll keep walking up, Peter.
And we will show you throughout this first hour, we'll show you some of John's interviews with Stephen Miller, with Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, et cetera. Now, we mentioned this Deadline article that came out. Here again is the headline. Hundreds of veteran journalists and groups urge the White House Correspondents Association to speak forcefully about Trump's attacks on media as he attends annual dinner. Well, part of the White House Correspondents Association, the letter that was written by this group in the petition reads this way. We, the undersigned, call upon the White House Correspondents Association to use the occasion of the White House Correspondents' Dinner to forcefully demonstrate opposition to President Trump's efforts to trample freedom of the press. The dinner has long served as a symbol of the vital and irreplaceable role of a free press in American democracy. President Trump's systematic, sustained, and unprecedented attacks on the free press render his presence at such an event a profound contradiction of its purpose. So that's what they had to say about it. And we want to hear what you think about this dinner. It is a Washington institution. Some people think it jumps the shark when it becomes so cozy with the press and the administration. Some people think it's a good thing that this is the way it is set up, and then you add in the celebrity culture, et cetera, et cetera. Love to hear what you think about this dinner, whether you're going to be watching, what you would like the president to say. Let's take a couple of calls. Let's begin with Mark in Bayside, New York, independent line. Mark, good evening. You're on C-SPAN.
Good evening to you. How are you this evening?
How are you?
Very well. I wanted to start by saying my name is Mark Okon. I am the owner, founder, and chairman of the Mars Corporation and quite a large Trump supporter. I was one of his social media advisors during the first campaign. I just wanted to thank you for the coverage of this event and say if you look at what President Trump has said during the first campaign and the third campaign, nearly everything he said he did. He is a truth teller, whether you agree or disagree. And I just wanted to say thank you for the coverage.
Mark, what do you think? What do you think about some journalists basically protesting the fact that the president is there and that they think that he has attacked the First Amendment and the press?
Well, he really hasn't attacked the First Amendment. What he did is attack the people who are broadcasting what he called fake news. If somebody pretends to be a journalist and writes things he didn't say, why should he allow them coverage?
Thank you, Mark. Let's go back to the red carpet and John McArdle. All right, John is not ready. Let's talk to Mike in Clovis, California, Republican line. Please go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, hi. Hope everybody's okay. I'm doing great. I hope tonight the president will have some fresh material, some funny material on several of the journalists. And then I also hope that he can do a little bit of self-deprecating and make some jokes about himself, about some of the mistakes that he made or things that he would like to do over. But I really hope it's going to be a more of a fun evening as opposed to doing battle with each other.
All right, thank you. John has Manu Raju of CNN.
No, I don't remember,
And Manu Raju's joining us live on C-SPAN. Manu Raju, your expectations for tonight, you've been to a number of these. How many have you been, actually, to?
I've lost count.
It's more than 10, more than 20?
I mean, well, I started going, maybe you can see how old I am by the amount of gray hairs I have, so I've been here for a long time. But I've been going to these since Obama. I didn't go any during the Bush years, but I went during Obama. I've been covering Washington since '02, so during Bush, but probably so I'll say '09 till now. So what is that? 16, 17 years or something like that. So I've been going to a lot. So this is going to be a different night.
So everybody's asking, what do you think the president's going to say? What do you think he's going to say? What do you want the president to say in this opportunity that he has tonight?
Well, I hope he expresses that reporting is important, the First Amendment is important, and that he respects and values what we do as journalists. He may not agree with the reporting that comes out, but but respects the importance of the job. I'm not necessarily expecting him to say that, given the hallmark of his administration has been, obviously, and him himself has been going after reporters and going after the press, and I think we could probably expect that tonight. But, we'll see. I'll keep an open mind and hope he engages in some respectful dialogue with the reporters in the audience.
Is this a time for reporters to make some sort of show about the First Amendment, to make a statement to the president from the audience? Is this the time to do that?
I don't really feel like some people may want to do that. I personally believe that this is an important night, that it celebrates the First Amendment and always invites the president to come here and speak to the reporters who are gathered here, and the reporter can make his remarks how he sees fit. So it's not necessarily, I'm not an activist, I don't report, I don't protest. My job is not to protest how one administration acts versus another administration. My job is to report the facts, listen to what the leader has to say, and report it objectively. So we can decide to express our views however we want. And for me, I want to listen to what the president says. And tomorrow on my show, Inside Politics Sunday, which I hope you all watch at 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Eastern.
In between watching the Washington Journal.
In between watching Washington Journal, that we'll be talking about how he spoke to the press tonight. Of course, this is notable, his first time speaking to this dinner.
And finally, Peter Slen, back in the studio, wants to know, who are you wearing tonight?
I don't even know the name of this tux, but I really enjoy it. I'm not sure who designed it, but I enjoy it.
It fits you well.
At least it still fits. That's the most important thing. That's why this one other good part of this dinner, I can make sure my tux still fits.
Manu, always a pleasure.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Back to you, Peter.
Yeah, John, we're going to drop that question. We are in D.C., not in Hollywood. Nobody has any clue as to who they're wearing.
You think we'll get one?
We're going to try. In March, well, first of all, the president has to be invited by the White House Correspondents Association to this dinner. This is not a dinner where anybody can show up. You have to be invited by a media organization. So the congressman, the transportation secretary, RFK, the HHS secretary, they all have to be invited by a media organization to attend. And then they sit with that media organization. C-SPAN has a table. We have some invited guests there as well, including the Librarian of Congress, Robert Newland, will be one of our guests. So you have to be invited to the dinner, including the president. He has to be invited. The White House Correspondents Association has reached out every year to invite the president, and this is the first year that President Trump accepted. And this was his Truth Social tweet or post in March when he accepted the invitation. The White House Correspondents Association has asked me very nicely to be the honoree at this year's dinner, a long and storied tradition since it began in 1924 under then President Calvin Coolidge. In honor of our nation's 250th birthday and the fact that these correspondents now admit that I am truly one of the greatest presidents in the history of our country, the GOAT, according to many, it will be my honor to accept their invitation and work to make it the greatest, hottest, and most spectacular dinner of any kind ever. Because the press was extraordinarily bad to me, fake news all, right from the beginning of my first term, I boycotted the event and never went as honoree. However, I look forward to being with everyone this year. Hopefully, it will be something very special. Next call is Jacob in Minneapolis, Democrats line. Jacob, good evening to you.
Good evening. How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Please go ahead and make your comments.
Well, I think that it's quite wonderful that the president has accepted this year. Knowing that we're only going to see him in office for another 2 years, this gives us a great opportunity to basically gauge what the Republican vision necessarily is and the energy that the Republican Party, especially President Trump, foresees in a less serious tone. I'm really looking forward to seeing the comments that the president has to make as a Democrat, because, like people have been saying, he has made a lot of very critical remarks on the free press in the past. And so it'll be nice if he understands the political situation that he's in and has a bit of a detente from...
Jacob, have you watched previous White House Correspondents' dinners over the year?
Well, I'm only 22 years old, so I've watched them up to Obama, the Obama administration, particularly the one where he said Donald Trump will never be president.
That was 2011 that he said that he called out Donald Trump, and a lot of people think that that was an impetus for Donald Trump.
Certainly could be. I wouldn't put that past him. The president, as everybody has noted in the last decade, is a very egotistically motivated individual, and his administration has shown that. And I wouldn't be surprised if his choice to attend tonight is basically a sort of a reclamation for the Republican Party in order to cement whatever legacy he's looking to leave.
That's Jacob in Minneapolis. Max is on the line from Ocala, Florida, independent. Hi, Max.
Yeah, hi, how are you doing?
How are you?
I'm good. I am an independent, a real one. And I have to say I find this thing totally offensive. I feel like I'm watching the Washington aristocracy party at a time of war. It seems inappropriate. It seems like Berlin in 1936. There's a lot of work to do in Washington, and they should be doing it.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Brenda in Palmyra, Pennsylvania, Republican. Brenda, how do you feel about the White House Correspondents' annual dinner?
I think it's great, and I'm totally excited to see President Trump there.
What would you like to hear from him?
Jokes. And I would really, just anything that he says is okay with me.
That's Brenda in Pennsylvania. Looked like John on the red carpet there was about to talk to Treasury Secretary Andy Besant. And if he does, then we will cut in and go right to John. In the meantime, we'll talk to Austin in Jacksonville, Florida, Democrat. Austin, you're on the air.
Hi, yes, I'm thankful for you guys for covering this event, but I just think it's quite interesting that the president is there.
Hey, Andy, Austin, can you hang on for just a second? John McCardle has Andy Besant at the red carpet.
The Treasury Secretary is joining us. Do you have a sense of how much an event like this costs tonight? The Treasury Secretary would probably have an idea, right?
No, this is a private sector event, so I'm only in charge of government finances.
How much has the president told you about what he's going to say tonight?
It's going to be a surprise to me too, but I think he has some favorites and some least favorites in the media.
Do you have a sense of who some of those favorites and least favorites are?
Well, I think we can tell from I'm not sure, is it 400 press press conferences he's done. All the right ideas.
Of those, how many members of the media think has his phone number to chat with him?
Sorry, I don't know, but it's the most transparent presidency in history.
Where are you sitting tonight? Who are you sitting with?
I'm sitting with my friends at the New York Post, New York's hometown newspaper.
Is that your favorite newspaper?
By far.
How much do you think the president watches C-SPAN? You know the man.
Sorry?
How much do you think the president watches C-SPAN?
I think he watches select hearings and select events.
Always appreciate you stopping by. Thank you, sir.
Good to see you.
Back to you, Peter.
John, I'm glad you asked him who invited him. That's a great question, and the New York Post has invited the Treasury Secretary to the dinner. Again, this is a private event. It is sponsored by the White House Correspondents Association. If you are not a member of the White House Correspondents Association, you have to be invited to sit at their table. Now, let's go back to Austin in Jacksonville, Florida, Democrat. Austin, apologize for cutting you off there. Go ahead with your comments.
No worries, and thank you for covering this event. I just want to say that, freedom of press is one of the most important rights we have as United States citizens, and the attacks that we've had on our media are just not aligned with the traditions of our country. And I appreciate the president being there, and I would just hope that we can tone down the attacks on our First Amendment in this country, because it's what separates us from so many other nations on earth.
Austin, when the president talks about fake news, do you see that as an attack on the media?
I do, because I really think that most media is designed to tell the facts to an extent. I understand everyone has their biases, but I don't think that media is just out there to peddle fake news to everyone. I think that's just a buzzword.
Thank you, Austin. Doug Burgum, the Interior Secretary, is on the red carpet.
Doug Burgum is here, the Interior Secretary, Dana White as well. You were just talking about needing a permit to do a UFC fight outside of the White House. Are you going to grant the permit?
Absolutely. This is going to be spectacular. This is going to be one of the most memorable. 100 years from now, they're going to be talking about June 14th, 2026, and how fitting. The president that was president at our 125th, Teddy Roosevelt, he used to hold boxing sparring matches at the White House. Now we come up to the 250, and we're going to have the greatest show on earth that evening, and it's going to be spectacular.
Dana White, is that event going to be bigger than this event?
I couldn't have done it any better than I couldn't have done it any better than that. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the permits. We're going to need them.
We get that done here. Yeah. How much boxing and sparring are we going to see tonight?
Probably a lot. Yeah. This is my first one of these, so I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be a unique experience.
And Secretary Burgum, before you go, the changes to the National Mall, the upgrades that the president is doing, for folks who were here a year ago and they come back for the July 4th, what's going to be different for the 250th anniversary?
Well, under President Trump's leadership, for starters, you're going to see 82 less homeless camps around the city of D.C. because we've solved that problem by giving people the services they need and giving them a place to live, but not in a public park. They can visit every day. Free speech exists in all our parks, but they're not living spaces. And then 1,000 places where we had graffiti all fixed, and now there's over 20 sites where all the fountains are being fixed around thing. All President Trump's got an eye for it. If he drives by something and he sees an issue, he calls me. They're calling me his pool guy now because if there's a problem with the reflecting pool, he's like, call Doug, get the team on it. But the National Park Service has got a fantastic team, and whether it's fixing a historic marble fountain or fixing the reflecting pool, we have the team that can get it done. The place is never going to look better, and that's thanks to President Trump.
Before you both go, who are you sitting with tonight? Who invited you guys to join them at their table?
I am with Paramount Skydance.
NBC.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Right.
Enjoy the night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana.
Yes.
Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, John McCardle. Mary, Sterling Heights, Michigan, Independent Line. Please go ahead and make your comments about tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Hi. The main thing I wanted to say is I think it's immature for this walkout that they're talking about. I appreciate that the president is honest and you hear what he really thinks, as opposed to what you hear from the Congress. They lie. Look at all the things that are going on right now. The cheating, some of them are taking money. They're doing insider trading, and they lied. It's just they they're not completely honest with you, and the president is. So I appreciate that. And another thing I want to say about the whole fake news thing is that I have been handicapped basically for the past year. And I've been watching the news and everything that's going on, and I'll flip between channels and see what each news channel, when there's an important, something going on, and you will see that it is fake news, and the next day it'll come out that what a lot of these stations like CNN, MSNBC, they were telling the wrong facts.
Mary, in Sterling Heights, Michigan, thank you. John McCardle is busy down at the red carpet.
Peter, we're with the ambassador of Kuwait, Zain El Sabah, has been ambassador for 3 years. What is your perspective on this celebration of the First Amendment here in the United States, 250th anniversary of this country, looking at it of the perspective of an ambassador from a country in the Middle East that we have such a close relationship?
First of all, congratulations on the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. We are proud to celebrate alongside our allies. The United States has been a strong and super supportive ally of the state of Kuwait. I want to say for more than 35 years now, because after 35 years ago, we shed blood together in the first Gulf War. And today I'm here to celebrate the storytellers that told the stories that mattered then and now. We're here today as a collective community, to celebrate, to hold proud, and to hold strong with all those who serve on the front lines, and all those who hold microphones and cameras and dare to go behind the front lines and tell it the way it is.
What do you think about a dinner like this, a celebration like this, a red carpet like this, in a time, in a conflict in the Middle East, and as we're actively in discussions to try to end that conflict?
I think it's important today to make sure that we offer the story from all angles. Today it's critical that exposure is there. Exposure is 180 degrees, and I think that all stories matter. Not just in Kuwait and the Gulf, also in Palestine and Gaza and everywhere in between today. I think the lack of coverage in those spaces is significant, and I think we need more of those good storytellers on the ground.
And who are you sitting with tonight?
So I'm here with Bloomberg tonight, and I look forward to sharing our perspective as it comes to business and economy and the future of the Middle East with our friends here this evening. And I hope that media and storytelling is part of that larger narrative as well.
Thanks for stopping by C-SPAN. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Same to you. Back to you, Peter.
And we will continue to monitor the red carpet and talk to some of the folks who are coming in for the dinner. The dinner is due to start at 8. It goes from about 8 to 8:15. After that, there is a break, and we will have some guests out here, some experts who know this dinner inside and out and know President Trump well as well. And then at about 9:30, the awards, the speeches, etc. begin, and we will, of course, as always, cover that live. Well, tonight's dinner is the main event, but there are parties and receptions. There are at least 50 parties and receptions that are taking place all over Washington in the days leading up to the dinner and after the dinner. C-SPAN co-hosted one of those events alongside YouTube and the Meridian International Center. Here's a quick look.
We're at Meridian International House, where we are recognizing Diplomacy at 250. This is a precursor to the White House Correspondents Association dinner weekend, which will be full of events like this around town. This event is in partnership with Meridian, YouTube, and C-SPAN.
Well, I think...
What is this weekend all about?
I mean, this weekend is supposed to be about the First Amendment, and as somebody who's been a conflict journalist and lived in authoritarian places and hasn't had the right to free press, I really take that seriously, and I think we're so blessed to have a free press.
There is a lot of excitement in Washington about this weekend, and this is a precursor to the weekend. But what are you...
It's the kickoff, really.
What are you most excited about this weekend?
I love the opportunity to celebrate the press, the freedom of the press. It's such an important part of the United States democracy, and having the chance to come together as a community to really lift up all our journalists and show how important we know that field is, the media.
We are here discussing diplomacy at 250. And these events are kind of, on the lighter side for White House Correspondents Association dinner weekend. What does diplomacy mean to you, and why do these kind of lighter events, why are they important to diplomacy?
Well, diplomacy is relating to people and a relationship between societies, between countries, and not all relationships are heavy or very serious. There's also, a lighter side to relationships, and this is important, and of course it's very important, the White House Press Corps. I've lived in Washington on and off since I was 8 years old, and I always follow the press corps of the White House. So I want to congratulate all the professionals at the White House for the great job they do.
So we're here recognizing diplomacy at 250 years. What is diplomacy to you, and why does coming to an event like this matter to diplomacy?
Absolutely. Diplomacy is super important because it connects cultures. It promotes conversations where people can hopefully solve problems.
And attending an event like this is important to move policy forward?
Events like this create space and build relationships for diplomacy to occur.
So networking and connection, does that actually make policy happen?
Of course. That's the fundamental, the core principle of policy making. And diplomacy is about networking and connection.
Are you all planning to attend the dinner this year?
Absolutely.
And what are we expecting that we might hear from the president if he attends?
Well, I'd hope there's a positive message for America's next 250 years.
Well, I think he's going to be funny and a good sense of humor. I think
it's exciting that the president's going to be there. This is historic. I'm sure there are going to be lots of news being made. This is going to be fantastic, so we'll see where it goes.
Can you give us an insider's account of what the dinner is like and why these pre-parties are important?
The pre-parties are really important for me because that's where you really see people. You can talk to them and you have a free flow where you don't have that in the dinner. You know what I mean? It's more you're seated, you're there. And I think the pre-parties are wonderful for me because you get to meet people and you get to really, get a sense of the style and the fashion and the people and where they're coming from and so it's a whole different vibe.
But why are events like these important to Washington society?
I think there's a couple of reasons. There's several reasons, actually. I think partly is because when eyes are on Washington, there's always something maybe negative or always something, stressful and things like that. This is a chance where we can celebrate the good. We have eyes now on Washington and seeing how we can strive and do really well there. Plus, Washington loves a good party.
What about any of the celebrities or notable names that come to Washington around this time of year?
It's interesting because for us, we think the people that cover the news are our celebrities. The politicians are celebrities, but we have all the other celebrities come in. Like last night I took a selfie with Don Lemon, so that was kind of cool. But I think that, everybody wants to see people out dressed up, and we can get what happens in Hollywood, we can get what happens in New York, and it's our chance to do it here.
Well, you're going to have a bunch of people here. You're going to have creators, you're going to have musicians, songwriters, politicians, and people who need to come together and figure out how that we all get along and move things forward and make things better.
Who would have thought that the road manager for Run DMC and the Beastie Boys will be up here talking to you guys? Has anybody got a camera? Can you take a photo? I gotta send it to my mother. I just want to say thank you to everybody, and let's have a party and have a good time. So here's to you.
And that was Thursday night at the Meridian Center off of 16th Street in Washington, D.C., one of the pre-parties. And this is a live picture of the Washington Hilton Ballroom. It is ginormous. And supposedly 2,000 people are supposed to be in there. Whenever you're in there, it feels like 5,000 people. The seats are crowded, the tables are crowded, the aisles are crowded. People are bumping and pushing. I will tell you, though, that the waiters and waitresses who work that room are pros. They will shove through any crowd, and they just keep their heads down and they move forward, and they really, really do a nice job serving that many people. We've talked with the events manager, the director of operations at the Hilton. We'll show you that a little bit later, what they do to prep for this White House Correspondents' dinner. John McArdle is just down the hall from the ballroom, and he looks a little bit lonely out there on the red carpet. Is it drying up, John?
Not. Well, in terms of the amount of people coming through, but not the star power coming through, Peter. We're waiting to talk to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's just 2 stations down from me. Bill O'Reilly is down there as well. We're going to try to grab him as he rolls by. I hope I can do that for you. But don't go anywhere, Peter. We'll be back to you pretty soon.
Do not fail, John. We will keep an eye on you, and we will come to you if you get the Secretary of State. We appreciate that. Howard, Knowings Mill, Maryland, what's on your mind this evening, Republican?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to preface this by saying that when I was allowed to register to vote, I'm close to 80 years old. The party, the Democrats, were still under the aura of JFK. And so I registered as a Democrat. I can't tell you the last time I voted for a Democrat because it's certainly not the same party. As far as I'm concerned, I think Trump will surprise everybody. I think he'll do a good job. The people around him say he's a fun guy. And I don't know if anybody recalls the dinner in New York where he mentioned that he met Hillary in the green room, and she bumped into him and just said, pardon me, which brought down the House.
Hey, I'm going to have to stop you there, Howard. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
And we are live with the Secretary of State. What do you tell a C-SPAN audience about an event like this, about the White House Correspondents? Why is this important? You've been to enough of these.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's important or not. I came. I was invited. No, yeah, it's fine. You get to see a lot of people. You know, it's one night in which a lot of people that maybe don't see each other every day get to see each other. There's a lot of attention paid to it. I've only been here once before, and it was back in 2011, which was the last time the president came, but he wasn't president.
And what did you think about that speech? That one's getting a lot of attention.
I know. Nothing I could compare it to because it's the first time I'd ever gone to one. So
why didn't you go to other ones? I'm sure you got invites.
Oh yeah. I don't know. It wasn't my thing. You know, like I'd rather be back in Florida on Saturdays than be here for no other reason than whatever. I mean, we just never came. So, but we're here tonight. It's the first time first time he's ever here as a president. So wanted to be here for that.
And has he told you about what he's going to say? What should we expect?
No, I saw the speechwriters over there the other day, but I didn't stay around to hear what they were going to say.
You didn't add a line or two?
No, they didn't. And I want to be surprised.
Is this a tough room? Is this an easy room for the president?
Well, let me see who's in there. I haven't seen yet. But look, he's a naturally very entertaining, guy. I mean, he's great with crowds, and it'll be great. I think we'll see what happens.
Who are you sitting with tonight?
NBC.
Thanks for stopping by, C-SPAN.
Thank you.
Back to you, Peter.
John, Secretary of State Rubio referenced that 2011 dinner where President Obama kind of gigged Donald Trump in the audience, and many people think that that's what the impetus for him to run for president. John, here's $10 for you if you can tell us who invited the President Trump in 2011 to sit with them.
Peter, I'm not getting your $10 tonight. Who was it?
Wow. Okay, you owe me $110 so far.
We keep the tab
Washington Post. The Washington Post had Donald Trump as their guest in 2011. So, who do you got coming up there,
Peter,
John?
I should have known that because of The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is just down the line. Bill O'Reilly just snuck away from me. But like you said, it's not the volume is drying up, but the star power, this is the time when some of those VIPs are coming in. They sort of get the red carpet to themselves. So we'll pull as many as we can as they come along.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on you. So if you get Secretary Hegseth, we will definitely come back to you. Did you see where Bill O'Reilly said that if anybody protests the president, they were going to have to answer to him?
I did read that, Peter, and that's what I wanted to ask him about. He snuck away as we were talking to the Secretary of State.
All right, John, we'll see you shortly. Barbara, Austin, Texas, Democrat. Please go ahead. What do you think about tonight's festivities?
It's going to be interesting. President Trump doesn't seem to believe that freedom of press is even in the Constitution. He's working so hard trying to destroy the free press. And
Barbara, can you give an example of how he's trying to do that?
You don't. Oh, I'm sure you know. He insults. This is just part of his latest behavior. He insults every female reporter that asks a question, and he refuses to answer legitimate questions. The Constitution, one of the first things is the freedom of press, and we have a right to have people question our top politician, our president. And one of my first impressions of Trump, which I can never forget, is when he insulted a disabled reporter simply for asking a question. And that told me everything I needed to know about him. He's an immoral person.
So, Barbara, will you watch his speech tonight?
Oh, yes, I will. I keep up with him. I want to know what he's doing because everything I see him do and hear him say is so repulsive. And the president should be strong enough to listen to criticism and answer tough questions. If they can't do that, they don't deserve to be in that office. Questions are not an attack. They are an attempt to discuss actual events that are happening or things that he has said. And he just hates the free press. I would like to see him apologize for the...
All right, Barbara, we got the point. We appreciate your time. The president should be leaving the White House shortly, and we hope to be able to show you that when he does depart. It's maybe for the president, at least, it's a 3-4 minute drive up to the Washington Hilton. This is the same Washington Hilton, by the way, where on March 30th, 1981, Ronald Reagan was shot. So it is a venue that the Secret Service, the White House, everybody in D.C. is very familiar with. And we will show you that, and we're hoping that John gets Secretary Hegseth for a minute on the red carpet. It does look to be slowing on the red carpet, but we will stick with John for a few more minutes. Nancy, North Hollywood, California, Independent Line. Nancy, good evening to you.
Good evening. Thanks for covering some of the comments. Wow. So I have my margarita, my snacks. I'm excited to have everyone coming together for this celebration of the press and light entertainment. And I can't wait to see what Oz, the mentalist, uncovers from Trump.
Well, okay, Nancy, don't go away now, because you are first of all living in Hollywood. And this is often called Hollywood on the Potomac, this night for us and all the celebrities. Have you watched the dinners in the past, and will you be watching the speech tonight?
Yeah, I have it on right now. I haven't watched in the past, no. But I did watch this morning. I was watching Michael Smerconish, and he was talking about it, and I thought, let me see if I can actually locate it. Because you are the only... you're the only one that's broadcasting this, none of the other channels.
And I will say that C-SPAN is the pool in the room, in the ballroom itself, that we are the ones with the cameras in the ballroom covering the speech, and you will get everything start to finish here on C-SPAN, as you well know, without interruption. Nancy mentioned the entertainment tonight. It is not a comedian, as has been in the past. It is Oz Perlman. He is a mentalist. Now, the president is the intelligence is that the president will leave before Oz Perlman does his thing. He'll be down in the audience, and there'll be cameras following him. We'll cover it all live, of course. But we got a chance to catch up with Mr. Perlman prior to tonight's dinner. Here's what he had to say.
At the Washington Hilton, the site of this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner with this year's entertainment. Oz Perlman, thanks for giving us your time.
Thanks for having me. Excited for tomorrow.
I'm sure you are. What are you most excited about?
I'm excited to be in a room full of journalists who are skeptics at heart and millions at home watching and do something they've never seen before, something truly unprecedented. They've never, ever, in the 105-year history of this event, had someone like me.
Because you're a mentalist, as you're described.
Yep.
How do you describe that to other people?
So mentalism is a form of magic. I am not a psychic, I'm not a medium, I'm not like supernatural. I know how to observe people in a very different way than most and seem to read their thoughts and read their minds, which I think, given the fact that President Trump will be in the room, is going to be an amazing evening, not to mention all of the VIPs, the dignitaries, the cabinet members, and the journalists who normally they ask the hard-hitting questions. Well, I'm going to find the hard-hitting answers that night.
You get the call to do this. What was your reaction when you got that call?
So I was shocked, which is hard to surprise somebody who shocks other people for a living. I thought I was being pranked at first. Because I always thought I was a comedian. I thought it's just comedians that do this. So at first I thought, what's going on here? But then as I kind of navigated the waters and understood, the point this year was to get President Trump to come. And I think that is the reason they did something different. Because this year they wanted to avoid the lane of kind of, I don't want to call it division, but the comedians tend to roast. And that tends to be, for some people, funny, for other people, hurtful. I love it. I love a good comedy show. But I think the reason they got the president this year was doing something different, something splashy, and something very unique, and that's what I'm going to bring to the table.
I suppose you have a method of preparation. Anytime you go before an audience, do you have a different approach this time because of the crowd involved?
So there's two elements to this, if you think about this, is one, in the room. We've got 2,600 people that are watching a live show. But you've also got to think about the people at home who are going to be experiencing it through the TV screens and the next day on the small screens, because that's where millions and hundreds of millions of people see it, the clips online. So I'm thinking of both at the same time of how do we produce a great TV show while also keeping it intimate and amazing for the people in the room. So it's a little bit of a juggling act. And then, of course, the moment that counts. If I get a chance with President Trump to get inside his head. And I think that can be something that'll be amazing because he is very, very good at holding his cards close. And I think he's also a showman, if ever there was one, who knows the power of a great headline. And I think we're going to try to do a little bit of both of those things. Do an amazing moment that will unite this country right now when there's been a lot of division.
Any sense of nerves approaching the event?
They haven't hit me yet. You know, there were nerves earlier in the week, but now that I'm here, I liken it to an athlete who gets on the starting line. I just get dialed in, I get ready and excited. So right now, it's not really nervous energy, it's excited energy.
When you did this as a mentalist, you didn't start this way career-wise.
No.
Talk about that track.
Yeah, I went to school for engineering, Pedro, so good luck figuring out this career path. I worked on Wall Street for a few years. I quit to be a magician, and I used to do strolling magic at restaurants, kind of kept advancing and advancing, and I've been doing the mentalism for a little over a decade, full-time. Prior to that, more of a magic type of show. And lo and behold, now I'm hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner, so you never know where your career is going to go.
Because at one point you had a corporate job and then it was there you decided, no, this is the path that will give me joy and this is what I want to do with my life.
I think you live one life, and so many people that are watching this and that are watching is you have this hunger for more. And I said to myself, look in the mirror, do I want to be doing this for the next 20 years? And my automatic response to myself, the truth, was I don't think this is what I was born to do. And so I took a leap of faith. A lot of people thought I was crazy because I had a great job. I worked at Merrill Lynch, and they were like, what are you going to be? A mentalist? You know, like, are you mental? And I think I took a bet on myself, and it's worked out really well. And I've always just said one opportunity should lead to two more, and just really harness momentum and do things unique and in a different way than anyone has ever done them before.
I'm sure you won't give us specifics, but what kind of things might we expect when we see you?
So I up the ante. So everyone who's watching this is a skeptic. Naturally, a room full of journalists are the biggest skeptics of all. So what I like to do is I like to use your skepticism against you in a way. Right when you think you figured it out and you go, I think I know how I did it, boom, I do it a different way. And you're left scratching your head, jaws dropped. My goal is to make this a night that when you talk about next year's White House Correspondent, and next year, 5 and 10 years from now, you go, what was the best one we remember? This is one that you're going to be talking about for years to come. That's my goal.
One of the things you do aside from mentalism and what you do, you like to run, and you set records from that. Talk about that.
I just literally, we have a few buddies that are coming. One of the blessings of this is I got to invite a lot of people who get to join me tomorrow and watch me in action. So a few of my running buddies are here, and we literally 2 seconds ago before I walked up, we're texting, where are we running? Monuments Run. We're going to try to get 15 miles in tomorrow, maybe even more the morning after. I love running. I do marathons and ultra marathons. I ran a marathon 5 days ago.
When you come to prepare, does the running help with the other job, vice versa? How does it help each other?
It really does. My best ideas come to me, a little bit TMI, but in the shower, because I've got no electronics and I'm zoned out, and when I'm running. Those are when I get these creative bursts. My brain hits that little flow state of, oh, I just figured it out. And so for a long time, I've been thinking to myself, what would I do if I could sit down and try to read the mind, get inside the head of the most powerful man in the world? And a lot of those thoughts came to me while running, is how could I do it?
Oz Perlman, he is the entertainment for this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me.
And you'll see Oz Perlman perform a little bit later tonight, live on C-SPAN. John McArdle is wrapping up at the red carpet. John, you got anyone else you want to tell us about who's come in?
Yeah, Peter, I've got Triumph, the insult comic dog. As C-SPAN viewers who watch Conan or The Daily Show will know Triumph. Why is Triumph here?
I am covering the red carpet, and I don't mean Jen Psaki. Yes, see, I know it's C-SPAN. No, I'm covering the red carpet. I've interviewed a lot of the no-names and a few biggies.
Who are the biggies you've interviewed? What do you ask them? What does Triumph want to know?
Oh my God! Well, I didn't get to Pete Hegseth, but I tried to give him his drink tickets. Do we have the drink tickets? It's okay. We're fine.
What is Triumph expecting from the president's appearance tonight?
Oh, well, this is such a special day. You know, I mean, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, an annual gathering of the press that celebrates, or in tonight's case, fondly remembers free speech. It's a beautiful thing, you know, and it's also a night when members of the press sit down for a lavish multi-course dinner served by some of their former colleagues.
Triumph, the insult comic dog, has been here all night on the red carpet. How long are you staying? You going to stay afterwards and catch people on the way out?
Yes, I am. For example, I was trying to, you know, I mostly spoke to people in the conservative media. The liberal media was afraid to talk to me. Isn't that strange? Because it's the Daily Show I'm representing. I was trying to help them with Trump, you know. I was saying, you know, if you don't want to get hit hard by Trump, you can just hold up one of these in front of your face, and then he'll leave you alone, you know?
Triumph, the insult comic dog. We appreciate your time on C-SPAN. Thanks for stopping by. It's your first appearance now in the C-SPAN archives.
Is it really?
It really is.
Okay, all right. Well, it's an honor to be here. C-SPAN is one of the least boring networks on television. For me to poop on!
Peter, that's Triumph, the insult comic dog.
Yes, John, that was, and I simply want to congratulate you on your finale on the red carpet. Final question. I've been to a couple black tie dinners with you. Who tied your tie?
That would be our colleague Nate Hurst, but thanks for that, Peter.
There we go. Okay, I knew somebody had to. All right. John McArdle will be going into the dinner. He'll be sitting with Director of Policy. One of our guests is from J.D. Vance's staff. J.D. Vance and Mrs. Vance will be at the dinner tonight because the trip to Pakistan for the peace talks got canceled. So the President and Mrs. Trump, J.D. Vance and Mrs. Vance will all be at the head table. The President is now departing the White House with Mrs. Trump, you can see. And again, it'll take, in a motorcade, 4 minutes, 5 minutes tops to get up to the Washington Hilton Hotel. It would take you and I much longer to get up there because of traffic. And so he will be arriving at the hotel shortly. They now bring the president at the Washington Hilton in underground. Because of the 1981 shooting of President Reagan, they developed a new entrance there. It's underground, so you don't see it. And basically, the president will be isolated from that big crowd you saw in the ballroom a few minutes earlier. because he will be coming in a back way. Then he will just come right up onto the stage. The dinner is due to begin at 8 p.m. with the presentation of colors, the pomp and circumstance that opens a dinner. That part goes on for about 15 minutes or so. And then they eat. And after that, while they're eating, we're going to have two guests here, the former editor-in-chief of USA Today and Mike Dubke, who was with President Trump in his first term. They will be here on site with us. We'll be discussing the dinner, talking about issues, taking your calls as well. Looks like Kash Patel is in the ballroom itself. Do not know who invited him. Again, you have to be a media organization and a member of the White House Correspondents Association to have a table. And you can invite whomever you want. And of course, celebrities and administration officials and members of Congress, these are the ones that typically get invited. Just a few minutes now before the dinner starts, we'll watch as the president departs the White House to the Washington Hilton. Gregory is in Guidon, Louisiana, Republican line. Thanks for holding, Greg. Please go ahead.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. Well, I'm a first generation Republican. I just turned 68 years old Thursday. And I'm looking forward to seeing what our president has to say. I hope he does some joking media jokes that the media would enjoy laughing. And because I was watching on C-SPAN 2 on the recent presidents, and they had some laughs, and I laughed along with them. Now, I just want to say thank you for taking my call, and I really love Donald Trump. He's my president and always will be.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned, Gregory, what was playing on C-SPAN 2. We've been playing a lot of the old speeches and from past presidential dinners all day long on American History TV on C-SPAN 2. They'll play again in the overnight, but not during the dinner itself. David, Nashua, New Hampshire, Independent Line. Hi, David.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. I really appreciate it. How are you doing tonight?
How are you?
Good. Thank you so much. My name is David Shunk. I'm from New Hampshire. I'm independent. I've usually voted Republican, but I'm really interested in this dinner tonight. In the past, we've seen kind of a turbulent relationship between the media and President Trump, but I hope he's able to crack a few jokes and put his issues aside and, try to tell some jokes to bring the country together. And I think that'll be a very positive message to not only the press, but for the United States.
Thank you, David, in New Hampshire for calling in. Well, Weijia Zhang of CBS is the president of the White House Correspondents Association. We caught up with her this week to talk about the role of the White House Correspondents Association.
Between the press corps and the White House Correspondents Association has been around for 114 years, and we represent the White House press corps. So the association is the bridge between the press corps and the administration to advocate for the First Amendment and really to advocate for access for our members, because we need to make sure that they have what they need to do their jobs and to be around the people that they are covering, especially the president, as often as possible, so we can bring that to the American public. I am president of the White House Correspondents Association, so I lead the effort along with an incredible board to make sure, whether you are a video journalist, a photojournalist, a print journalist, a broadcast journalist, whether you have a huge microphone on behalf of radio to make sure the audio sounds perfect. We are fighting for all of our constituencies, the wire services, obviously, because we need to make sure that no matter how an American is consuming the news, they can do that with access to the White House, with an understanding of what's happening in their name. One thing that I've noticed across the administrations I've covered is whether it's 6 in the morning or 9 o'clock at night, the White House press corps is here and White House officials are here when there's a big story. And so I don't think people realize how closely we do work with the White House to make sure, that we are covering the president's agenda, whatever impacts the public, and that they are answering questions that we have on behalf of the public. And so the relationship is an important one. And yes, it can be complicated, it can be tense, but it is robust. And I think that's important for the American public to understand that, things that you never see, this back and forth, this tension, that's a sign that things are working the way they're supposed to. And so I think, the relationship between the press and the White House is so critical to ensure that we can excavate as much information as possible for people at home to make informed decisions.
And that was Weijia Zhang of CBS, the president this year of the White House Correspondents Association. She will be stepping down after this. It's a yearly post, and so she is the person that you will see quite a bit of tonight when the speeches and the awards begin. As you can see, this is the ballroom of the Washington Hilton, and there goes Markwayne Mullin, former senator from Oklahoma, now the Homeland Security Secretary. And there are, believe it or not, there are tables in between all those people that you see, and there are 10 chairs at each table, and people are just packed in there. It's a fun environment, but if you don't like crowds, it would be a tough place to be. The dinner should begin in just a minute. You can see up there on the stage the Marine Corps, the president's own band beginning to play, welcoming music, and they will have a part in tonight's festivities as well. But we're waiting for the presentation of colors, the pledge, the opening of the dinner, and then trying to get everybody seated and to start eating. In the meantime, we're going to continue to hear your voices. And this is Dave in West Bloomfield, Michigan. Hi, Dave.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to say the White House Correspondents' Dinner is a fabulous event. I've been watching it for a long time. And I think President Trump has been disgraceful on how he has treated the press. It's like his lips are moving, he's lying. I think he's an authoritarian threat to our freedom of the press and free speech.
Are you going to be watching? Will you watch his speech tonight?
I positively will be watching the whole thing. I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but he's a tough one. Right? But thanks again for taking my call.
Thanks, Dave, in West Bloomfield, Michigan. This is Jake in Kissimmee, Florida, Republican. Hi, Jake. Jake, you with us?
Good evening. Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Please go ahead.
Just saying, so looking forward to seeing President Trump attend the dinner. And while he's not a journalist, I believe he, for so many millions of us, embodies many of the principles of journalism: courage, dedication, and relentless pursuit of the truth in the face of adversity. So I just think it's fitting, appropriate that he'll be at the dinner.
And Mike Lawler, Republican of New York, member of Congress, is there. He's been invited to the dinner as well by a media organization. And Mr. Lawler may have a pretty potentially tight race in 2026 for his re-election effort. His 2024 race was quite close, and it's looking, again, to be quite a close race. Lorraine, Conway, South Carolina, independent line. Hi, Lorraine.
Hello. I used to be a Republican, but I kind of turned my back on the party because I don't feel that they support Trump the way they should. They're just a step above the Democrats. There's too much corruption in Congress, too much insider trading. I think Trump is the only hope for this country. I have 5 grandsons. I want to see them be able to have jobs, to be able to buy homes and raise a family. And I have one who's in the Army, and he's very proud to serve for President Trump.
Thank you, Lorraine. In Conway, South Carolina, Treasury Secretary Andy Besant is there in the center of the screen, as we learned, and with Stephen Miller. We learned that Secretary Bessent was invited by the New York Post to sit with them at their table. I do not know who Stephen Miller is sitting with. It could be the same, but don't know. We didn't find that information out. Next call is Ross in Portland, Maine. Democrat. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking my call. This is Ross from Portland, a very proud Democrat, and quite frankly, disgraced by how Donald Trump treats the press, by calling them fake news, by not taking women's calls. It is a disgrace we have going on in this country.
So, Ross, that all said, will you watch the speech?
100%. I like one of your earlier callers, I heard Michael McConnell earlier today say he hopes he'd be self-deprecating, but the reality is he cannot take a punch. And it's sad, but I've been watching since I was probably in my teens, and I'm 66 years old, and I look forward to this evening every year. And it's disgraceful that he hasn't done it. This is the first time in his 2 presidencies he's done it, and I'm up to see. I'm keeping an open mind, put you that way. How about that?
Thank you, sir. There is Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard on your right in the black dress, and that is Erica Kirk, who is also at the dinner this evening. The blonde. Steve, Houston, Texas, Republican. Steve, you with us?
Good afternoon. I'm excited to hear what President Trump has to say tonight at the Correspondents' dinner. I am 61, almost 62 years old. I have been voting since I was 18 years old. And I can say that I have never voted for a Democrat. Even if there was one person on the ballot that was a Democrat, I would never vote for them. I am a combat veteran, and I'm excited to hear what President Trump has to say tonight.
Okay. Hey, Steve, since you're calling from Texas very quickly, you voting for Ken Paxton or John Cornyn in the Senate down there?
John Cornyn.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. We appreciate it. Well, we've learned that the travel pool has arrived. That is the pool of reporters that travel with the president, come rain or come shine, 24/7, wherever the president goes. And this again goes back to 1981 and the Reagan shooting when they did not have the press, the traveling press there. And they have arrived. So that means that the president has arrived as well. The pomp and circumstance opening of the dinner should begin in just a few minutes. And we're looking at live pictures from the Washington Hilton Ballroom. Seating capacity 2,000, but I'll bet you there's 5,000 people in there. Skip, Waldorf, Maryland, Independent Line. Go ahead, Skip.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. As a Navy veteran and a former member of the Fourth Estate, I've seen this event many, many times. I've actually attended it as a working journalist. And I'm hoping tonight that my colleagues do not wear these pins, because journalists are not supposed to be part of the story. Now, yes, I am offended by the remarks that President Trump has made towards members of the media. I think it's very small of a person that does things like that. And I think that we should, as journalists, rise above that and not, wear these types of pins. We are not supposed to be part of this story.
Hey, Skip, I apologize. You cut out right at the beginning. Have you attended the dinner in the past?
Yes, I have, as a working journalist.
All right. Give us your impressions of the dinner and its import.
Well, the dinner is supposed to be a lighthearted type of affair where members of the Fourth Estate, interact with the President of the United States, and his staff are usually at the different tables as invited guests. And, Trump has always avoided this, or he has avoided it since 2011. And, it should be lighthearted. Now, maybe we'll see a different president tonight.
All right, Skip in Waldorf, Maryland, thanks for calling in. Joe, Marathon, Florida, Democrat. Joe, you're on the air.
Why, thank you. I'm glad that the president has showed up for this event, but only on his terms. I have a 3-point plan for President Trump to truly make America great again.
Hey, tell you what, why don't you just give us the first point, because the dinner could be starting at any second. You see Secretary of War Pete Hegseth there on the floor in the ballroom. Go ahead, Joe, 1 point.
Confess all his sins, moralities.
All right, Joe, we got the point. Thank you, sir. Tommy, Tomball, Texas Republican, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I appreciate being able to talk about it. I'm just really can't believe the press, the indignance of the press. I'm 70 years old, and I have never seen a president attacked the way the press attacks him. I'm a proud Republican. I've been a Republican all my life, and I just can't get over how they ignore everything else that's going on. I mean, if you look at the stuff with Biden and so forth, they ignored it. He couldn't hardly talk, but yet the press wouldn't investigate it. Anything that Trump slips up on, they jump on and say that we're going to have to impeach him. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't understand it. I can't comprehend it other than the standard phrase Trump derangement syndrome. It's just ridiculous.
Thank you, Tommy, from Texas. There just a minute ago, we saw Secretary Pete Hegseth talking with presidential advisor Stephen Miller. Next call is Barbara calling in from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, independent line. Hi, Barbara. Hey, Barbara, how far from Mar-a-Lago are you in Palm Beach Gardens?
Oh, about a half hour.
A half hour. Okay. All right.
I think.
Right.
I'll be brief. I was taught not to lie, and if I did tell a little lie when I was a child, I better confess and tell the truth. My question, I guess, is, or my comment, as an independent, there is proof in the news that some of what the journalists or the TV journalists have said or that have been denied, have been proven wrong. I'm a little nervous. I don't usually do this. But I was wondering, lots of people are concerned about questioning what will President Trump say. I'd like to know, is any journalist at all going to admit and apologize for the lies that they told? I'm not interested in having anybody do a mea culpa. Just say, we were wrong, we're sorry, and apologize, and go from there. And that's about it.
Barbara, thank you for calling in and voicing your point of view. We're expecting the dinner to start in just a minute. It looks like people are finally getting seated, which means the president's in the House. And in a minute, there will be the presentation of the colors. There'll be the band playing. There'll be the Pledge of Allegiance and a welcoming from Weijia Zhang of CBS. Pamela, Philadelphia, Democrat. Good evening to you.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to let you know that I've been watching your sister station, C-SPAN 2, most of the day. And
aren't those addicting? Once you start,
oh my God, yeah.
I do the same thing, and I've seen them maybe 50 times each. And every time I watch one of those old speeches, I'm just, reminiscing and laughing. It's fun. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, the best ones or the best speeches I think were given by Obama, Bush, and Obama and Bush. Those were the best.
Yeah, they were really
2008.
quite good, weren't they? They were really quite good.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
They were funny, but yet at the end, these gentlemen had the dignity to say, they preserved the First Amendment, freedom of the press, and I'm hoping that Mr. Trump will do the same. Even though he has a hate relationship with the press, that he will at least acknowledge that this is their job. I mean, they go into these war zones and they put their lives on the line, just like our soldiers.
All right, Pamela,
So,
you know what? Next time we air some of those archival White House Correspondents' Dinner speeches, you and I will make some popcorn. We'll sit there on the couch and laugh together. Thank you for calling in. I couldn't agree with you more on them. Well, it looks like the festivities are due to begin here shortly. Let's stop in and see what's going on. They're introducing the head table, and there's Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary.
Trevor Honeycutt from Reuters. Courtney Subramanian from Bloomberg News. From Time Magazine, Brian Bennett. And join us in welcoming the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang. The headliner for this evening, mentalist Oz Perlman. And now please welcome the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the nation's colors presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, and please remain standing for our national anthem performed by the U.S. Marine Band. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang.
Welcome. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thank you to the President's own Marine Corps Band, led by Drum Major Master Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Williams and vocalist Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier. Good evening to everyone. President Trump, Madam First Lady, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you for being here. It is meaningful that you're with us tonight. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, thank you for everything you and your team does to work with us every day, whether you like it or not. I'm biased, but covering the White House is the best assignment in all of journalism. We have the privilege of covering the biggest story in the world every single day. The speed is exhilarating, demanding, and it offers a critical public service. Strong journalism benefits the entire country. Tonight, we will celebrate the exceptional work you have done and toast a group of promising students who want to follow your lead. Of course, at the heart of both of those things is the importance of the First Amendment. I want to take a moment to recognize some important people who helped me tackle this job and who helped make this night possible. First, to the members of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to lead. It is an honor and a privilege. Thank you to my advisor in this role, Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News. And to the other past WHCA presidents who have helped me navigate challenges. To my CBS News bosses, Tom Sobrowski, Barry Weiss, Mark Lima, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and support. To the relentless CBS News team, especially the White House unit, I am grateful to call you not just colleagues, but friends. And thanks to the mentors and other friends who have kept me balanced this year and always. And of course, to my family. In a world full of chaos, you are my calm, and I love you. We have a big night ahead, and we're gonna get started now. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Thank you.
And now the guests at the White House Correspondents' Dinner will eat, and this should last about an hour and 15 minutes. And after that, the program begins. We'll show you the room from time to time throughout the evening until the program begins. But we're pleased now to be joined by Karen Bohan, who is a former editor-in-chief of USA Today, Reuters White House correspondent, and former president of the White House Correspondents Association, doing what Weijia Zhang just did. Karen, President Trump is attending for the first time in his presidencies. Big deal?
It's a big deal. It's controversial. A number of prominent journalists have written a letter to the White House Correspondents Association saying that they should disinvite him or should not have invited him. There's a lot of controversy around the invitation to have him speak because of the way he speaks about the press, because of the limitations that people in his administration, including Pete Hegseth, have put on the press. So, you know, expect there to be a lot of tension tonight.
Mike Dubke, former White House communications director during the first term. Why didn't the president attend in his first term?
In his first term, I think the president didn't attend because for many of the reasons that you mentioned, that he felt like this was not the place where he wanted to be in his first term, and he didn't want his staff. If you remember in 2017, it wasn't just that the president wasn't there. There was no cabinet secretaries. There was no White House staff.
And that was his directive?
And that was his directive. So none of us went to the dinner, but it was, I think it was part of this, mantra of fake news. And that why would we be, he didn't feel welcomed, number one. And then why would we show a light on this particular dinner when they haven't been welcoming to us? I think that would probably be the main gist.
Did you and do you agree with his assessment?
No, I was, in fact, I was saying in the green room before we came out here, I think I always have been one to face these things head on. And, the president generally is too. I mean, Donald Trump is not a shrinking violet, but I would have liked to have him engage. I thought that would be a better place to be. He decided not to.
One of the things that presidents do in this dinner is use self-deprecating humor.
Mm-hmm.
We want to show you just a little video of past dinners and then get your assessment of whether Donald Trump will do the same thing.
You even tied my recent surgery to my age. Well, I got to be honest with you. I had that same operation when I was young, and it felt so good I wanted to have it done again before I was too early. Larry also said that preparing me for a press conference was like reinventing the wheel. It's not true. I was around when the wheel was invented, and it was easier.
As you all know, when you're president, you don't do anything at the last minute. I had the Secret Service come over here this afternoon and do that usual security sweep before a presidential visit. Place was clean, no broccoli.
I mean, I am not doing so bad. I mean, at this point in his administration, William Henry Harrison had been dead 68 days. I mean, my stimulus package lived longer than that. Jay Leno's here. Now, no matter how mean he is to me, I just love this guy. Because together, we give hope to gray-haired, chunky baby boomers everywhere.
I was going to start off tonight telling some self-deprecating jokes, but then I couldn't think of any mistakes I had made to be self-deprecating about. So I want to talk about some serious issues, such as, okay, here it comes. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation.
4 years ago, I looked like this. Today, I look like this. And 4 years from now, I will look like this. These days, I look in the mirror and I have to admit, I'm not the strapping young Muslim socialist that I used to be.
I'm really excited to be here tonight with the only group of Americans with a lower approval rating than I have.
So Mike Dubke, all that self-deprecating humor, right. As a former director of communications for the Trump administration, does it work? Is President Trump able or willing?
So, first of all, as any comms person in any administration, having to write humor for your boss is like the hardest, worst possible job one could have. So generally what they do is they farm it out. So you'll have a bunch of comedy writers. I've heard from some of my Democratic counterparts, they'll go to SNL writers and get jokes in. And I know Republicans do the same. So it's not an easy task, one. Secondly, when you're presenting the jokes to the principal and they're making fun of them, you want to make sure that they get the joke too. So that's also hard, bringing the jokes in that are self-deprecating. Now, getting to your question about Donald Trump, I think he's going to tell a lot of jokes tonight. I just don't know that they're going to be about himself. So I think I'm very curious how he handles this at the dinner.
Karen Bohan, the Trump administration currently has a 48% approval rating. There are some issues going on in our country and in the world. Can this dinner be used as a reset in any way? Does that work?
Definitely not a reset. I mean, there is an audience for the dinner, a very big one. People are fascinated by it. I mean, I guess it could be a reset potentially in how he deals with the press, should he want to make it that. Traditionally at the dinner, the president gives his speech, is funny, makes fun of the other party, is self-deprecating at times, and the speech almost always closes with a tribute to the free press, and that is an olive branch. And so, arguably a different tone with the press could come out of this. Do I think it will? No.
Okay, here's the argument on the other side, and we heard this on the red carpet from a lot of Trump administration officials. Hey, every reporter that's in there probably has his number on speed dial, and they can just call him directly, and he picks up the phone and he talks to them. Isn't that a free exchange? And every day he holds a news conference. Anytime he's in the Oval Office, here comes the press. Anything, any question is welcome.
I mean, that is a really interesting aspect of covering him, because the reporters who cover him, people, when I was editor-in-chief of USA Today, people would be like, oh my gosh, it must be so hard for your reporters to cover this administration because he insults the reporters. But, the thing that people don't think about is what reporters want more than anything else is access, and they get direct access to President Trump.
And Weijia Zhang of CBS currently has direct access to President Trump. This is a live picture of the president and Ms. Zhang talking on the dais. When you write a speech for President Trump, where do you start?
Well, you start with whatever the main topic of the speech is. It's like writing a speech for anybody else. You want to make sure that you're covering those issues and the programs that the administration is putting forward, and making sure that you're hitting all of that, all of those notes. But you also know that when you write a speech for Donald Trump, that he's going to go off script. And so when you're working your way through it, you're looking for those spots where he can go back to items that he's comfortable with, that he'll riff on. But the most part, it's like writing a speech for anybody else. You just have to get those pieces in. What I was going to say, just to follow up on your point of access, I always made the argument that President Trump was the most accessible president we've ever had. He doesn't do as many press conferences as others, but he's almost always available on the way to Marine One. He brings the press into the Roosevelt Room, into the Cabinet Room, into the Oval Office, as you mentioned. And that level of accessibility is fantastic. What I heard from reporters was it was also exhausting.
It's exhausting.
Exhausting. And they always had to be prepared. So I did not understand this at the time. I said, well, we're giving you more access than you've ever had before. And they go, yeah, but not the access we want. And I go, what do you mean by that? And they said, we want to go in there with a list of questions that we've prepared and we're ready to go at a press conference. When we get called in at the moment's notice and have to shout over our other reporters and maybe get to ask one, yes, we have access, but we don't have the quality access, I guess, that they were looking for. And that's a difference.
But I would say that those impromptu moments are quality access.
I see it. Just a second. We have an issue here at the head table at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. If we can go to that full screen, it looks like the head table has been evacuated. I saw Oz Perlman talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump, and they are evacuating. It looks like they're taking all the security folks out of there at this point. If we could get closer, and it looks like the ballroom, I cannot see if people are still seated at their tables or not. This is the quietest I've ever seen the dinner. Can we go? We understand that shots were fired here at the dinner. and we'll find out what's going on here shortly. You can see a lot of, here come the Secret Service. Let's go in full screen here. See if we can hear. Karen Bohan, you've been a association president. What is the security? People seem to be walking out relatively calmly. Karen Bohan, you were association president. What is the security considerations like when a president arrives at the Washington Hilton?
Obviously is taken very seriously, and there are meetings way in advance with the White House Correspondents Association, the Secret Service, the hotel staff. There is a lot of planning that is put into an event like this. You've got 2,600 people in that ballroom, not to mention all of the people in the hotel. I was at the venue earlier, and there were protesters outside. There was a security perimeter. In fact, it was tighter security than I've ever seen. I did notice, though, that at least 2 protesters got into the lobby, and that shouldn't have happened.
So Mike Dubke is a former Trump insider. Does the Secret Service have the last word, basically, on any travel movement?
Basically on anything that comes around any traveler movement of the president, absolutely. And they would have worked with the dinner organizers, with the hotel. This is a location in Washington, D.C. that's used every year for this event. So this is not a unusual place to hold a high-level event with a lot of security.
And I believe that they use this ballroom so often that the waiters and waitresses and et cetera all have some type of a security clearance that they can be in there and serve the president. Right before this started, we saw Oz Perlman, the mentalist, talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump. He was right there, and they were doing some cards, and that'll be interesting to see what they were talking about. But by now, it's been maybe 5 minutes since this shutdown. Is the president back at the White House by now, do you think?
If
knowing
not knowing any of the threats here, but I've got to believe that they would have removed the president from the scene. That's part of the protocol.
Yeah, they took him off the stage. So, it kind of changes the mood of what we're all about to talk about tonight. We don't have any updates at this moment. We do have the dinner. You can see that the ballroom is still full, and as we sit here and watch, we'll absolutely stay live, and we will also take your calls. And we're going to put the numbers up on the screen very briefly, and I'll read them out loud as well. So if you want to call in, talk to us about what is happening, 202 is the area code, 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8002 for independents. Karen Bohan, you mentioned that you were at the Hilton earlier, meeting with colleagues and got into the venue. What was the security for you to get through the perimeter? Because it's not just a hotel, they set up a perimeter now, don't they?
They set up a perimeter, they were checking tickets, and you were only supposed to be allowed in if you were a guest.
And if somebody got a ticket, a protester got a ticket, then they could make it in at least to the hotel, correct?
Yeah.
Could they make it into the ballroom? Because we're talking magnetometers. And we have somebody on the phone now who works for the Washington Hilton. I apologize. Malika Hall, who is attending the dinner, is a C-SPAN employee. Hey, Malika, what's going on? What do you got?
Hi, I'm in the room right now. Originally, a lot of people were under tables. We're now all standing up and looking around. All of the secretaries and the president has been removed from the room. I'm not exactly sure what happened. All we heard was yelling and being Secret Service, and yes, I'm okay. Thank you. And then Secret Service running on tables, and luckily I have C-SPAN employees near me, just reassuring me that we're all okay. But yeah, President Trump obviously has been removed from the room.
Hey, Malika, were you close? This is Peter. Were you close enough to see the Secret Service take Mr. and Mrs. Trump out?
I was close enough, but I was under the table, so I did not see it firsthand.
Really? What made you? Was there a noise? Were there loud noises? Did it sound like shots?
I did not hear any shots. You just heard yelling and just commotion, like someone yelling through the room, or maybe someone came in. I'm really not sure what happened.
And did somebody tell you to duck, or did you just instinctively get under the table?
I instinctively got under the table, and other people were getting under the table as well. So it seems like the common thing that was recommended to do.
Hey, Malika, how far from the stage are you right now? From the head table?
Maybe a couple yards. I'm very close to. I'm maybe 2 tables away from the stage.
And
I was very close.
Has the stage been emptied? Or is everybody that was at the head table, including Weijia Zhang of CBS, have you all?
The entire stage is empty. Yes, everyone from the stage is gone.
Okay, it was weird. Malika, we were sitting here, here with Karen Bohan and Mike Dubke.
I want him to call into the control room and then on the air from this room.
I'm doing that right now.
Yeah. Malika?
I want John
Yes, hi.
to do a phoner.
Okay, we have John here who could also
Is John McCardle there? Great, let me talk to John.
He's here, right here.
Thanks, Malika. Hey, John, it's Peter. You're on the air. And how close were you to the stage when this occurred,
Peter,
whatever this event was?
Peter, we're about 4 tables back from the stage, and there's just a lot of confusion about what's going on. So I'll give you the sequence of events. Everybody's having their salad. Boom, 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 boom was what I heard.
And John, did they sound like shots, or was it just loud noises?
The back of the room. At that point,
John, you with us? Darn, I can imagine all the self-service going on there. Karen Bohan, what'd you hear in that conversation? We'll hopefully get John back.
So obviously, the guests in that room were very afraid. It's unclear, what the loud noises were. But as I was saying, Peter, there was a breach of security to some degree, because I did see some protesters.
And did that strike you as odd that they were in the hotel?
So not only were they in the hotel, but they were on the red carpet. There's an upstairs red carpet where guests can go and get their picture taken. And there were 2 protesters there that had signs saying, "Arrest Pete Hegseth," and they were yelling for an extended period of time. I was surprised that they weren't removed more quickly. And I was also surprised that they got in with those signs.
Mike Dubke, give us some thoughts on what
frankly,
we've been talking about here.
Given the level of security at any event in Washington D.C. and the individuals that were at this event, for the most part, I've got to believe that the majority of them go through magnetometers almost on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So to hear that there were protesters there for a long period of time, that is very surprising. But these events are generally locked down fairly tight. And, people arrive hours early to get to their table, to get in line and to get through. So again, all of this, especially in Washington, and not being outside in a place where you might have local police or others who aren't used to this. This is a very controlled situation.
Yeah, and we can see that everybody's remaining in the ballroom. All the guests are remaining in the ballroom. And John McArdle, who's at the dinner, and everybody is saying there were loud sounds. So not confirmed to be shots, but loud sounds, and that initiated this, what happened here. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to re-rack where we were in the tape and be able to look at exactly the sequence of events. Again, Oz Perlman was talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump at the head table. They were having, some kind of a, whether it was a trick or not that he was doing, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. And I think we all saw the Secret Service running across those front tables. And it sounds like the cabinet, the Pete Hegseths, Marco Rubio's, the Sean Duffy's, who are all there as well, have been evacuated. And no activity at this point at the head table, including all the journalists. So hopefully somebody will come out and give us an update of what happened.
So Peter, the layers of security at the event tonight, as I said, a couple of protesters did get into the lobby, but even if you got into the lobby, to get down to the ballroom, you would have to show your ticket to go down the escalator, and then you would go through magnetometers.
And now we have some folks coming back. Whether or not they're straightening the chairs. All right. I can't tell if those are Secret Service or if they're journalists.
And this is only a speculation on my part that they're holding everyone in the room until they can make a decision as to whether or not they've gotten control of the situation or not. So that none of this seems, after these major events, this.
And we will try to get John McArdle at the dinner back on the line, or somebody from C-SPAN to hopefully give us an update. The fact that everybody's still in the room says quite a bit, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, especially a room full of journalists who want to go out and report what just happened. So
exactly.
I'm sure they're being held there by the service, and
well, we'll keep an eye on that front table as well. So this is a first.
It is a first.
Yeah, this is never happened before, I don't think, in the history of the dinner. It's
no, not to my recollection, but this is indicative of a level of political violence that we've seen the uptick of, and so unfortunately, I'm not sure anyone in that room is surprised.
Hey, John McArdle, our C-SPAN colleague who was at the dinner, you are back on the line. John, you were going to walk us through the sequence of events. Go.
Yeah, Peter, we were sitting here having dinner. They were serving a salad, and suddenly boom, 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 4 is what I heard from the back of the room. Everybody immediately just trying to figure out what's going on. When I look back to the front of the room, the Secret Service and the long guns and the military stage, president off the stage, the vice president's off the stage. Everybody's still trying to figure out what's going on. It seemed to me it came over my back left shoulder into the exit that's to the back of the room. At that point, all the cabinet secretaries start to get hustled out of the room. Various groups of Secret Service are shouting out for cabinet secretaries, asking them to raise their hands, or at least calling out to them. I don't know if they were saying raise their hands. They're then sort of climbing through the tables and chairs. Most people are down beneath their seats, and they're pulling out individual cabinet secretaries and hustling them out of the room. Other dignitaries besides cabinet secretaries were hustled out as well. It was more like state delegations as well. But at this point, it's everybody just kind of trying to figure out what's going on. I don't want to add to the mix. I've heard different things about what could have happened outside. Haven't seen anything myself. It's all what people are saying. I don't know if you are.
All right, and we will take this as gossip and conjecture. Is somebody speaking at the podium? Not yet. Somebody's up there, though. John, what are you hearing as conjecture? This is conjecture.
Yeah, I mean, that there.
Unfortunately, John, you're cutting out. Once we find that one location and we get you back on the phone, don't move. You with us? Yeah, I can imagine all the cells. We'll get a better connection with John and we'll continue our conversation. So you've got 2,000 journalists in this room, all hearing things, conjecturing. Mike Dubke, does anything, I mean, what's your initial gut on what just happened here?
Well, depending on, I mean, again, it's all speculation, and it all revolves around the loud noises. I think if you were in a room and there were actual shots, that would have been a very distinctive noise. It could have been something outside of the room. He sounds, if what John was saying about the exit, it could have been somebody stopped before they got to the room. The interesting thing, I think, for your viewers on all of this is each one of the cabinet secretaries has their own security detail, as well as the Secret Service that's
telling them to
there.
raise their hand.
Well, but they're all in the room as well, I would imagine. And so, I mean, they generally have 2, 3, maybe 4 people that are with them, each cabinet secretary. So you had a lot of security in this room, given the number of cabinet secretaries that came to this event.
And they're still up there on the stage. Can't tell if they're about to make an announcement. It looks like some attendees are back up there, so whether they're going to seat or not, I don't know. But in the meantime, this was maybe 15 minutes ago, and we're going to show you a replay of what happened, and here we go. Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. When you watch that, what do you see?
So you see people on the head table taken by surprise, and the president whisked out of there very, very quickly.
Did you hear those 4 loud noises?
Yeah.
I heard those too, didn't you? But the president and Weijia Zhang didn't seem to have a quick reaction to them.
Well, I mean, you've been in a room with hundreds of people and the conversations that are happening,
right.
and you're having a personal conversation, most likely trying to lean in and hear the person speaking to you. And you know, your microphones are picking up noises. Again, it sounded distant, at least from the microphones, but that is not surprising that they wouldn't have heard a thing.
Well, hey, Greta Bronner of C-SPAN is at the dinner, and she is on the line. First of all, Greta, what we're seeing on the scene right now is that all the attendees are filing out. Is that correct?
Yes, and I just left myself, actually, so I was able to talk to you because there's not cell service down in the ballroom area. So I left the building. I'm standing outside. There is a large police presence outside. The attendees are filing out, and it's unclear what's going to happen next. The lobby of the Hilton is where the action happened before the ballroom. I'm not sure if it was unclear what was happening in the ballroom itself. It sort of obviously caught everyone by surprise as we were sitting there and the dinner was getting underway.
Greta, did you see the president and Mrs. Trump being hustled off?
I did not. It happened so quickly. I was talking to folks at our table, I heard a clattering of what sounded like plates, turned around, and the vice president, the president, the first lady were gone. That's how quickly it happened.
Okay. All right. So you're standing outside the Hilton now. You're on Mass Ave or Connecticut Avenue? Or close by Connecticut Avenue, which is where the hotel is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Is the dinner over?
It's hard to know at this point. When I exited the ballroom, I turned around to law enforcement to go try to find a different way out. And he said to me, "You cannot come back in this way." So once I had left the ballroom, if anyone leaves the ballroom, you're not getting back in. I believe he said to me, "This is a crime scene. You are not coming back in this way." Back through the metal detectors to get into the ballroom.
Okay. He used the term crime scene.
I believe.
Okay.
So.
Hey, Greta, stay on the line.
It was a rush to get out.
Okay. But it looks like everybody was in there, stayed in there for a while.
Yes, and it was as the president, first lady, and the vice president were rushed out, there was another wave of law enforcement that came in after them. They escorted out the Health and Human Services Secretary, RFK Jr. Then I, next to our table, saw the Secretary of State escorted out, Marco Rubio. The Small Business Administrator.
When you say
Loeffler,
escorted out, I mean, are we talking about, pardon me, covering the protectee or just walking them out?
Walking them out with law enforcement surrounding them. For RFK Jr., he had more law enforcement around him, escorting him out. Their weapons were revealed at that point. The Secretary of State had less of people around him, and he was escorted out toward the dais where the president had been, and they went back through that room when they were brought out. We also had the Small Business Administrator close to our table, and she was also there were law enforcement surrounding her as well.
Hey,
Kelly Loeffler.
Greta, are you guessing that the president is back at the White House at this point?
He was evacuated, from what I understood, and he is no longer on the presence on the grounds.
Great. Hey, Greta,
there are helicopters.
Yep.
There are helicopters circling right now.
Okay. All right. Hey, Greta, stay on the line with us. I think we just saw John McCardle, who's still in the ballroom. Nope, John is not there. Wei Zhejiang is back at the dais. Let's listen.
I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily. We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Zhang of CBS just shared that the program will resume. Did we lose Greta? I think we lost Greta. Let's check in with John McCardle. Okay. Hey, Greta, are you still with us?
Yes.
Wei Zhejiang of CBS just said that the program will resume. So I take it that everybody's safe at this point, but probably not return of the president and Mrs. Trump and Vice President Vance.
And the rest of the cabinet secretaries as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've been removed from the the Hilton.
And Greta, you think you're going to have trouble getting back in, huh?
I think so. Okay. I think so. The crowds are, they don't appear that they are at this end of the building where I'm at. Folks have left the building. It's a room for journalists, and as I'm talking to you, Peter, I hear a journalist saying, "I'm headed to the bureau." So folks have to do their job at the same time when you have a historical moment like this.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, if you don't mind just staying on the line, just so we have that connection to the Washington Hilton until we get John on camera. We'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. They are back. No, they're back up at the dais, but looks like they're doing some technical. Yeah, they're doing some technical work here. Hey, Karen Bohan, who is our guest here, and not doing the program that we had predicted that we would be doing this evening. We appreciate your rolling with us. When something like this, as a reporter, when something like this happens in the middle of mundane activities, what happens at USA Today?
So for any reporter in that room, whether they're USA Today or the Washington Post, they're thinking, how can I file a story on this? How can I get information out? And it has to be very frustrating because not only do they not know what's going on, but as we talked about earlier, cell service is terrible in that ballroom. It's awful.
Yeah, so Greta is out. Our Greta Bronner is out, and she's on the street, and she was able to hear us. So,
one
go
quick
ahead,
thing.
Mike.
I've noticed they haven't taken the seal off the podium. That is unusual. If the president, and they are measuring the teleprompters.
And what does that tell you, Mike Dubke?
It tells me the president might actually be coming back.
Really?
I would be incredibly surprised if that happened, but generally you would take the seal off the podium and you would not be measuring your teleprompter distance. So that was an interesting.
Hey, John McCardle,
shock.
I don't know if you heard Mike Dubke saying that, but the seal is still on the podium and they're measuring the teleprompter. Is the president coming back?
So we're told that the program is going to continue. I don't know if you heard Wei Zhejiang.
We did.
She made that announcement. You're right, the seal is still on the podium. Just a few minutes ago, probably about 10 minutes at this point, they were trying to get all the reporters to leave out of the door behind me. I don't know if you saw the shot, and many of the reporters did. But as that was happening, one of the members of the White House Correspondents Association came out and said that the dinner is going to continue. And then you heard Wei Zhejiang saying that everybody obviously wants more information. She'll have some more information, but they're getting a signal now that it seems like the program is going to continue, Peter.
John, you're still in the ballroom, correct?
I am.
How
Peter.
full is it at this point?
It's still pretty full, Peter. I would say the part of the room that emptied out was the room part of the room that was closest to that entrance that they opened and was telling everybody to leave. So all those tables are empty behind me. But if you switch this camera around, everybody is still at the tables to the center and on the left side of the ball.
How much, not damage or destruction, but how much did the Secret Service leaping over those tables disrupt the setup?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, Peter. They were coming through, knocking chairs out of the way. John, they weren't real concerned about tables or glasses, obviously. But there was a decent amount of tables and chairs that had been flipped. I only saw one person who was being carried out who seemed to have some more leg issue. I don't know if that happened with the Secret Service member leaping over them or leaping on them. But one person was injured leaving, and they were escorted out by a Secret Service member with a gun.
Terrific. Hey, CNN is reporting that a shooter is in custody at the Correspondents' dinner. Greta, have you seen any activity outside? You said you mentioned a large police presence.
Yes, there are several police cars. There's law enforcement outside of the exit that several of us went through. I'm here with Jonathan Allen, NBC political producer, and he just told me that he's leaving. He does not plan to come back. Jonathan Allen, can you just tell us what you saw when you were in the ballroom?
Sure. I didn't see a lot. What I heard was a couple of percussions that sounded like gunshots. If anybody's heard a gunshot before, pretty clear. However, it was somewhat distant from the ballroom, or appeared to be some buffer in terms of the sound. And then the room got basically swarmed with law enforcement officers screaming for everybody to get down. I saw Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., whisked away on one side of the stage. The president obviously was removed very quickly. The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, moved through a center aisle. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson's wife, was under a table for a while. He had been spirited out by his security, and then they had to go back and get her. Obviously, a very mortifying moment for everyone in the room. but very difficult to see what happened in large part because it appears to have happened outside of the ballroom that everybody was in. And Greta, I'm going to give it back to you.
Peter, as you just heard from Jonathan Allen, from his perspective of what happened when this all went down this evening, numerous people have been filing out and don't appear that they are going to go back in. We heard from Wee Jiang that they will proceed tonight. However, folks have left and they don't intend to come back. So we'll see what the attendance looks like if indeed they continue with tonight's program.
Greta, thank you. Stay on the line. Mike Dubke, you called it, it sounds like, when you talked about the measuring of the teleprompter and the seal, because it sounds like the president may be coming back.
I am going to be highly surprised if the president comes back, but, just as he performed in Butler, this president seizes a moment, but that seal being still there and the measurement, I mean, that is very typical of getting ready for a presidential address and a speech. But generally, you'd see, and it was interesting, you watched, the president was taken out and then the cabinet secretaries, and then there is a hierarchy in Washington when it comes to emergencies such as this. And you also heard, the service protects the principles, and sometimes spouses get left behind, and it's a terrible, terrible thing that happened, but the security performed the way they needed to.
And Greta, we will continue to check in with you if you find anything else outside of the Washington Hilton. But let's check in with John McCardle. John is still in the ballroom. John, you're on the phone with us, correct?
I can hear you.
All right.
So,
what do you got for us?
Peter, so we've turned our camera around 180 degrees. Before you were looking at me towards the emptier side of the room. You can see behind me that most of the room, most of the reporters and the folks here are still waiting around because the folks sitting at the door when the Secret Service initially came in and said, everybody out. Yeah, Peter.
John, just keep your head still because you break up every time you turn your head. So just look at the camera, okay, and just talk to us.
So, Peter, behind the stage, obviously, so this side of the stage from what you're, as you said, they haven't taken the president's plaque off the podium, and there's been some movement on stage. There's been no movement, I'll say, at the dinner tables. There have been some of the wait staff that has come out and removed the salad course. I don't know if that means they're going to continue serving with the course, but if they're doing that, it's maybe a sign that they plan to continue with the dinner, and we're just watching what happens here.
Yeah, okay. Karen Bohan, listening to all of this, I mean, what would you be doing as a journalist right now? If you were caught in that room, or would you have gone to the bureau, gone out of the room?
So I would have stayed in the room because, in the room is where you're going to get probably more facts and find out what happened. One of the things that a lot of journalists are doing is, I'm sure, talking to people who might have been in other parts of the hotel where they might have seen something happen, because the noises that we heard were muffled, and figuring out exactly where they came from.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at the CNN banner saying that Trump is safe after shooter in custody at Correspondents' dinner is what CNN is reporting. I haven't seen any further news beyond that, but it was maybe 45 minutes ago now that the dinner was just getting started. They were, as we know, getting their salads. Oz Perlman, the mentalist, was talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump on the podium. Let's watch what happened again. And that's what happened about 45 minutes ago. Now back to the live ballroom. Let's see what's happening up there. Nope, people are still talking on the phone. Nothing is moved yet. John McCardle, any update for us?
Peter, it's literally a lot of waiting right now, trying to figure out what to do. The reporters in the room obviously don't want to leave. It's just kind of the nature of reporters who want to see what happens. It's a lot of checking phones, checking in with family members, people asking if they're okay, people asking if other people have information. But like I said, there's also people popping some of the bottles of wine that hadn't been opened yet. I think people trying to relax after an obviously stressful time just about 45 minutes ago.
John, first of all, have you called Laura? Have you contacted your wife to let her know you're okay? And B,
yes, Peter, thank you.
And how stressful was that for you? I mean, how much stress did you feel? Did you have a fight or flight response?
No, Peter, it's what the heck is going on? We were talking about it afterwards. I thought a table got tipped over at first. It wasn't a distinct pop, 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 pop. It was more of a bang, 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 bang. I don't know if that makes sense, but it wasn't what I expected. What a bullet sound would sound like. But apparently it happened through the doors and upstairs. So maybe that's part of the muffling from what we heard in the room, which is why everyone's reaction was, I think, a little bit slower of was that what we thought it was?
Hey, yeah, John, talk to that. Greta told us that this happened in the lobby of the Washington Hilton Hotel, and the ballroom is like 2 levels down, 1 level down?
Yes, it's about 2 stairwells down. You come into the lobby. You saw where our red carpet coverage was, Peter. That same floor is the lobby area. You go past where the red carpet was. You take a left. You go through magnetometers, dogs, I would assume bomb-sniffing dogs, that sort of thing. We had to go through all of that in the lobby, and then you go down 2 levels, and that's the height of this room that you can see to get to where we are, which is why cell service isn't great down here. But if this happens...
And, of course, right there he cuts out. Right after he mentions cell service is not good, we're going to have to move you a little bit, John, or get you somewhere so we can have that good coverage, but we appreciate your time. Now, Fox is reporting that the president is returning to the dinner. Yeah. Mike Dubke, does that surprise you, knowing President Trump?
It does not surprise me, knowing President Trump. It surprises me that the Secret Service are allowing him to return to the dinner.
Do you think the Secret Service had a role if he wanted to go? Can the president overrule?
Absolutely, he can. Generally, they listen to the Secret Service. But again, I mentioned Butler earlier. This is a president that has, I hate to say, been there, done that, because I think this was less of an incident than that was. But this is also a president who understands the power of the media, and when they did not, as I said earlier, when they did not pull that seal off the podium, there was a sneaking suspicion something was happening.
Yeah, because that goes pretty quickly, doesn't it?
That does go pretty quickly, yes.
So the other thing is that presidents never want to look like they're hiding from something, and I think there is an inclination of any president to want to reassure people that things are back to normal. The Secret Service, often, would put their foot down and say that, no, your safety is more important. But presidents do overrule Secret Service. 9/11, obviously very different, but, there was a big debate, as to where President Bush should go, because he was out of Washington when that attack happened. And, if the people in charge of security had their way, there would be no risk-taking at all. You would just remove the president. But, presidents don't want to be seen as being in hiding at a moment like this.
One interesting addition to this that I might give is that my guess is the Secret Service feels that they are comfortable knowing what the incident was and what happened, because if there still was a threat within the building, there is no way. I don't care if the president said I'm going back. They would not. Yeah. They would not allow that. So again, I am slightly surprised. The seal was a giveaway, but with this president, this is part of his and this is part of his persona. And then, to your point, no president wants to seem like they are hiding.
All right. So Mike Dubke, Karen Bohan, he's got this speech. The speech has been written. The speech has been loaded into the teleprompter. It's got jokes. It's maybe got zingers. Is that the speech that's going to be delivered tonight?
Parts of it. He is furiously, I think, figuring out what his ad libs are to this. I think he's probably thinking all of that through. You know, again, there's a president that speaks off the cuff very well. I think you're going to hear a lot. You're going to hear a lot more straight out of the mouth of Donald Trump than maybe you would have the canned jokes that he had prepared for the evening.
Greta Bronner is outside the Washington Hilton Hotel on Connecticut Avenue in D.C. Greta, what do you got for us?
Peter, I tried walking one direction after I had exited the building. I was told by law enforcement he was not allowed to allow anyone back that direction, which is toward the front of the Hilton. And he said, I'm not allowed to let you back in. And so I said, so if you leave, you're not going back in. And he said, I don't know, ma'am. I've just been told you cannot come this way. And as I said earlier, I've talked to many of the attendees who are standing outside. They were told to get out. Once the people had been ducking under tables and they came up, they said, you're safe now. You need to leave. And they escorted people out of the ballroom. And so many of the attendees are not planning to go back in.
Well, we understand Fox is reporting, and our suspicions are that the president is returning to the Washington Hilton.
I heard that. I heard CNN is reporting the same. You know, I can just tell you what I'm seeing from the outside. The helicopter that was circling seems to have left. The police force, though, is still here. I mean, there are ambulances and there are fire trucks and there are police vans, police cars.
Are you in a position, Greta, to see the motorcade coming up Connecticut?
I am not.
Okay. All right.
I'm not. I'm heading toward Connecticut right now, but
Okay.
I've been on the backside of the Washington Hilton.
And the White House is now confirming that the president is coming back to the Washington Hilton. So there will be some type of a program this evening. John McCardle in the ballroom. John, you got an update for us?
Peter, I'm hearing what you're hearing. Actually, what I had heard from some of the folks in the room is that the president didn't actually leave, that he does want to come back, and that he's still somewhere in a secure area. Here, again, that's part of what's happening in the room. I'm also joined by Jasmine Wright. C-SPAN viewers know Jasmine well. Jasmine, do you want to talk about what you know at this point and what you've heard?
So what we know is that we were seated on the upper rim of the ball, and we heard a succession of pops. It sounded like we saw pops get down to the ground, and after the shots let out, she looked at us, and I saw my coach and he had yet been evacuated. So our whole second up, he quick timing. Secret Service moved to remove Jeff from the room, and then we saw them try to basically climb over the space.
Right.
If folks could see the room, the thing is, we're seeing some on the ground, really questioning what was happening. It was catching some officials down in the booth here, and they said they actually didn't hear pulse. And so it was a lot of confusion. I talked to one administration, so the first thing that they heard, they were seated closest to the stage, was the sound of running.
John, hold that microphone closer to Jasmine.
But you saw the Secret Service agents climbing under the table, trying to remove the captain officials. Secretary of HHS, Robert Pitt.
This isn't worth it.
Marco Steele, they were trying to find him in the ballroom. They removed Secretary of Defense. That's being removed.
All these individual details.
But it both felt like it happened so quickly, and also it took a lot of time because of the position of the
Have you gotten any information more than we've heard from Wing Zhejiang about this continuing? What we know was the announcement saying this will continue in some way, and we've also heard that the president wants to come back.
Still seeing some say that he's going to come back. But obviously, I think the one administration official still left in the room today who said that whether or not he does come back, because it's conservative, they believe that he wants to come back because it's about his third assassination attempt, and this would be a moment for his president, show America. The question is whether or not conservatives might sit back in the room.
John McArdle.
It would be like, hey, whether or not
John McArdle, I'm afraid we're going to have to lose you.
Peter, I just heard you. You're heading out.
Hey, John, we're going to have to cut. I apologize. The audio on that was so difficult. There was so much good information, and we just could not hear you clearly enough. If you could get a better location and keep Jasmine close by, we just cannot get that audio. And we really want to hear what you guys were talking about. Okay, now, I think Mike Dubke or Karen Bohan, you said that the president probably didn't even leave the hotel at this point, it sounds like, because if he's coming back, we got Greta out on Connecticut Avenue outside the Washington Hilton. Greta, any update for us?
Hey, Peter.
Yep.
I just tried to walk onto Connecticut Avenue, was told that is all off limits at this moment. And the police officer is uncertain as to what is happening right now. He has just been told that no one can access Connecticut Avenue.
Wow.
I'm making my way around, I think, what will be several blocks and try to cut down the other way.
You know, I don't mean to make a joke at this point, but Greta, I know you don't have comfortable shoes on.
I do not. I do not. But, yeah, it's the law enforcement is still here. I misspoke before. The helicopter is still circling around the Hilton.
Well, it looks like Sean Duffy is back in the ballroom. We see Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy there back in the ballroom. Greta, it also sounds like the president never left the Hilton, is what we're also being told. Whether we not confirmed, but we're being told that as well. So, sounds like Greta's out of range as well. Now, Mike Dubke, you've referenced this a couple of times, but how do you think the president's reacting, especially after what happened in Butler? Is he ticked off? Is he defiant? You know, what do you think his
I think his demeanor,
emotion is?
Well, I think his demeanor is around the three words he said: fight, fight, fight. I think that's his demeanor, and he's going to have the same demeanor for this event as well.
Karen Bohan, once this is all settled and the investigation starts, how long will that go? I mean, how in depth will we go on a potential shooting, a shooter close to the president?
So I think there will be a lengthy investigation because this is a huge lapse. I mean, this is, yes, the president is safe, and even if the event goes on, but for a shooter to get that close to the president at an event where, the security precautions are known. This is an event that takes place every year. President is attending as president for the first time, but he is not the first president to do so. So, what happened here, has to be of a huge amount of concern.
Yeah, it looks like they, even when they took him off the podium, that they put him on the ground to begin, at least covered him there. They didn't know what was happening. Right.
What's interesting to me through all of this is you've got this room of reporters, and we went through this at the beginning of the Trump administration, where reporters are finally utilizing social media at that time in 2017. So we got a lot of things in which, and this is where I had an issue with the media at the time, where they were reporting out through social media items that their editors wouldn't let them put in the newspaper because they didn't have two sources. And it was a little loosey-goosey at that period of time in 2017. For your listeners, I would not be surprised if they went to the individual feeds of some of these reporters, they'd get a lot of information as well through X and other social media sites.
And it will be interesting when President Trump posts on social media, which he just did.
Okay.
Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and will just plain have to do it again. President Donald J. Trump. There it is.
It's interesting that "let the show go on" is in all caps. So he feels very strongly about that.
Mike Dubke, when you see something in all caps from the president, how should we read that? As a
well, I'm going to make a joke
insider
about this. If it's prior to midnight, he really means it. If it's after midnight, all bets are off.
But it sounds like going back to this Truth Social post. I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. That was at 9:17 p.m. that he sent that out, and it is currently 10:30. So that was about an hour ago that he put this post out, or at least
no, it's only 9:20. I have, unless my watch is stopped.
No. You are correct. Okay. I apologize. I'm trying to tell military time here in the studio clock, and that's not going to be successful. My math skills are off. So let's check. We've got 2 C-SPAN journalists, one in the ballroom. That's John McCardle. We got Greta Bronner on Connecticut Avenue outside the Washington Hilton. Greta, do you have any updates for us?
I have made my way to Connecticut Avenue, Peter, and I'm listening to all of you. I heard what the president posted on Truth Social, and it will be interesting to see if the show goes on, what sort of attendance there is. Folks are filing out. They are, trying to find Ubers, walking blocks, because this perimeter has extended from what it was when we arrived here this evening, and you no longer are allowed to access the Hilton. I'm about 1 block off of the Hilton. It's roped off. I do want to add one bit of color to the evening when we heard the Secret Service tell folks to get down. When the room fell to a hush, I was looking up from my table, and Senator John Fetterman, I don't know if he was on C-SPAN camera, he was standing up the entire time. I mean, the room of people at the tables were most everyone was ducking down following the orders that they were hearing around them. But Senator John Fetterman was standing up. He was looking around the ballroom. He was watching as the cabinet secretaries were whisked toward the dais. I found it very interesting that's how he observed the situation.
Hey Greta, I know when we've replayed now a couple of times the incident itself, and Karen Bohan and Mike Dubke on the set with me, we could all hear the boom, 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 boom. Did you hear it when you were in the room?
Was that to me, Peter?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I did not hear gunshots. What people have described as what they thought were gunshots. I did not hear that. I heard what sounded like a tray clashing to the ground. People shouting, "Get down, get down." And when I turned to look at the dais, as I said earlier, the president, first lady, the vice president, they were gone. It happened incredibly quickly. And then you couldn't, from where we were at, you could not see where there was a person in the room or a suspect in the room. Everyone was down. The room was pretty quiet. And then the Secret Service, the law enforcement started streaming in. You saw them jumping on chairs. They were quickly traversing the room on chairs and moving toward the front of the room, moving toward the principals in the room to get them out of the ballroom. It happened very quickly.
Greta, thanks for the update, and I hope we can check back in with you in a little while. It sounds like Greta will not be getting back in. Mike Dubke, we're going to go back and show the Truth Social and the Truth Social post that the president put out at 9:17 this evening. Can you confirm that he types those himself? That he takes out a device and types those, or does he?
I can confirm that every one of the posts that goes out, he has seen and approved. He doesn't necessarily type every single one out. That's generally for maybe minor ones. I would almost guarantee you that he typed this one out himself.
That he typed this one out himself. Yes. Karen Bohan, has the president's use of social media been valuable to you as a reporter?
Well, it's valuable that we always know what he's thinking. And as a reporter, you're used to most presidents stay on message, and they don't wade into certain topics. And this president is somebody who speaks his mind anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know who's more frustrated with the social media. I think the White House Communications Department is, because it's very difficult to keep your principal on message when he has a direct access to the American people and the world.
Well, you're looking at live pictures from the Washington Hilton Ballroom. It looks like things have settled down there a little bit. People are resetting and resitting, and we'll find out what's happening. The podium, the teleprompter is still up. The seal is still on the podium. John McArdle is in the ballroom. John, what do you got for us?
Peter, do you have me?
Yep.
It seems like, there's been two announcements since you've been talking to take your seats. The program is going to begin momentarily. And so reporters in the room, everybody who's left in the room at this point, have been asked to start to take their seats. It's starting to get a little bit quieter in the room, but we're expecting some sort of stage presentation within the next few minutes here, Peter.
And John, when you say stage presentation, do you think the awards, maybe the president speaks right off the top here? And what about, God, this is mundane, food service? Has that ended at this point?
I have not seen the waiters come out. Since some of them were removing some of the salads earlier. In terms of what the program could be, I mean, I would imagine that the Wei Zhejiang will try to give some details. They've said a couple times now, we know you want to know what happened. We'll have more information for you. It seems like the president wants to say something. Peter, do I think they're going to go with a full program with the awards and all the media and O's? I don't think so. But I think they want to do something. This is a celebration of the First Amendment. This is, the freedom of the press and the freedom of the press not being intimidated by what's happening with somebody who wants to do violence. I think that is now the priority, or I would guess that's the priority of the folks at the White House Correspondents Association right now.
All right. Thank you, John. We'll be back with you shortly. Karen Bohan, when something like this happens, is there natural sympathy toward the attendee in this case?
So I think it does change the tone. I think going into this, reporters were sort of poised for an uncomfortable evening in which the president would have choice words for reporters. I would expect that Weijia will still emphasize the First Amendment and freedom of the press. I don't think her remarks will change that much. But it definitely changes the tone.
Mike Dubke, again, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, but how do you see the currently written speech changing? Is somebody from the communication shop
frantically
on a laptop right now and just rewriting this
there's
thing?
an opportunity, frankly, here for the president to reach out and talk about the freedom of the press and not being intimidated. Again, he can speak to it as somebody who has had violence threatened and acted upon him. And now you've got a room full of individuals that, what's the old joke? It's not Democrats and Republicans. It's who's ever in the office and the press. That's the true enemies in Washington, D.C. And he's got an opportunity here with an olive branch, and hopefully, and I would think that the media would receive it as well.
And because a lot of past speeches, President Obama, President Clinton, very critical of the media and the coverage of their administrations. Yeah. Like all presidents are critical of the media. I think that's fair to say.
They are, but most presidents, I think, are able to put that aside, especially at moments like this when they're in a gathering of reporters that sort of, in theory, they agree with the importance of what we do, but in practice, don't always like the results of that.
I'm a little bit late, but just a minute ago we saw the host of America's Book Club on C-SPAN, David Rubenstein, and the owner of the Baltimore Orioles, and he was talking with Major Garrett of CBS. So those are two people in the room.
And they've just taken the seal off the podium.
Did they?
Yes.
Good eye, Mike. Good eye. Yeah. Let's check in with John McCardle, who's standing right there in the ballroom. Okay, John.
Yeah, Peter, I know you've talked about the presidential seal on the podium. Yep. There was a staff member who just came up and took it off. If you look now, I don't know if you had a shot directly.
Yep, we see it.
But the presidential seal is no longer on the podium, perhaps a sign that the president may not be coming back out. Yeah. He said in that True Social post that, of course, he'll let law enforcement make the final decision. Maybe that means they made the decision that he won't be coming back out. But literally just about 15 seconds ago, somebody came up, took that seal off the podium. Again, they've made the announcement that they want the reporters in the room to sit down. Nobody really is. But they promised that the program will continue in some way, but maybe it's going to continue now without President Trump.
And, we are blessed to have Mike Dubke here tonight because he caught that immediately that the seal came off, the former Trump insider. He saw the seal come down. He knew it was over at this point. Is it over at this point?
I think that it probably is over at this point. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now it'll be interesting to see if he's still at the Hilton or if he has already been returned to the White House. But with the security perimeter that it sounds like Greta was telling us about around the Hilton, it sounds like he still might be at the Hilton.
He could very well be, but if they're making that decision.
And here is the Secret Service and their press release. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The President and the First Lady are safe, along with all protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved is not yet known, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation. So, and that is Chief of Communications from the U.S. Secret Service. At least we know the location at this point, the main magnetometer going into the ballroom. Have you been to the dinners before?
I have once before, but I think you were there this morning or earlier today. And
you're the former chair of the association. Yeah. You know exactly where those magnetometers are. Anybody who's been to the dinner. And
every single person that goes into the ballroom.
Those are relatively close to the ballroom, too,
yes,
the main magnetometers.
They're close. Yeah. But the line to get to the magnetometers is long.
You're right.
Typically. But it's chaotic there.
It is.
They check your tickets.
Here's Weijia Zhang, CBS News.
It's a room full of reporters, so I know you've already seen the president. My apologies, his post on Truth Social. And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe. The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to continue, despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are. I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do. So, thank God everybody is safe, and thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. Thank you.
Well, with that said, it looks like we'll be hearing from the president in about 30 minutes. And in that meantime, we do want to hear from our viewers as well. We're going to put the numbers up on the screen. 202 is the area code. 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8000 for Democrats, and 748-8002 for Independents. Now, Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. Mike Dubke, former communications director in the first Trump administration. I want to note that when Weijia was speaking, we were all listening very intently, but when she said that the president was holding a press conference in 30 minutes, we all laughed. Why did we laugh? I mean, I think we all found it relieving or amusing. I'm not sure.
Amusing, but also a little odd that a journalist is announcing that the president is holding a press conference instead of a press secretary. I mean, it was a little strange, and it was the first indication that we got that the president will be speaking publicly. You know, he had written on Truth Social that he wanted the show to go on, but he still does want to speak publicly.
Why did you laugh?
I laughed because it just quickly dawned on me that the president got one up on the press once again. That's what went through my head when I heard that. He's not only is the dinner now, I think, officially over, there's only going to be one speaker tonight, and that's going to be the president, and he's going to get to say whatever he wants to say in the confines, the safe confines of the White House. So that was the humor I found in it.
And the fact that he wants to do the dinner, or Weijia Zhang said that he wants to do the dinner and reschedule in 30 days.
These are not small affairs to put on. They are not inexpensive, and it'll be hard to find that ballroom. So I think it's fantastic he made that offer. I will be very curious how they pull this off.
Karen Bohan, you were White House Correspondents Association president in 2011-12. Does this take about a week to put together?
It takes months. Yeah. It literally takes months.
After tonight's dinner, would they start planning next year's already?
Yeah, immediately after. You know, in 2011, I immediately began planning for the dinner in 2012. You know, that starts with finding the entertainment, which presumably doesn't have an issue there because presumably Oz Perlman would return for that, but all of the logistics around the dinner, I mean, you're talking about an event with 2,600 people and all of that security and all of the news organizations that participate.
Well, another Truth Social post by Donald Trump. Law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. So it sounds like he is still at the Hilton. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President, and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. I have spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. President Donald J. Trump. Mike Dubke, as the Trump interpreter, what does that say to you? What is that? Did he type that one as well, do you think?
I will say the line that he typed are in perfect condition. That is Trump language there. The rest of this was probably crafted by the press team. He went through with his Sharpie. He edited it down. He made sure that He wanted to convey that thought, but there are some Trumpisms in that Truth Social. That's how it would have been.
Imperfect condition is a Trumpism.
If you're asking me my expert opinion, that's what I would say.
All right,
yes.
one more time before he has to exit the ballroom. John McArdle is at the Washington Hilton. Mr. McArdle, any updates that we don't know yet? John is not in the ballroom, or if he is, he cannot hear us. But let's take a couple calls from our viewers, see what their reaction is to this. And we'll take those calls right after, one more time, let's replay the events of now about an hour, hour and a half ago. And this is what happened, and this is what caused the tumbling of events. Let's watch. And that was about 8:25 this evening. Mike Dubke, we were walking through that and we saw Weijia Zhang put her hand to her mouth,
Yep.
but then we saw the covering of the president. They didn't necessarily take him out of the room. What were they doing?
They were making sure that he was removed from being a target of whatever the noise was, whatever was happening there, assessing the situation to make sure that they could get him up and move him out. It was, again, I hate to keep referencing this, but we saw a very similar action in Butler, and you've seen this with other presidents as well, where they make sure that he is protected by a body, in this case, of a Secret Service agent, and then when it's safe to move him out quickly.
Yeah, and it looks like the journalists now, Karen Bohan, are being escorted out. It looks like the room is actually starting to empty a little bit. Yeah.
Back to the dinner and how difficult these items are to put on. I would not be surprised, and I'm saying this now on C-SPAN, maybe they're listening. They could erect a tent on the South Lawn. It would solve the security issues and have a barbecue for the press.
Yeah.
What would you think about that?
Well, I'm not sure a barbecue is really
a black tie
what
barbecue.
you do with
it would be out of the ordinary.
This is going to mark a big change in the security for this dinner and
forever
in the planning.
And ever. Amen,
forever,
right?
yeah. I mean, this hotel is what, maybe a mile and a half from the White House, but
it's been used for 6 decades. JFK was in this ballroom. Richard Nixon, the whole gang, all the way through. They've all been in this ballroom, and that's a lot of history.
Well, so the WHCA dinner hasn't always been at this location.
Oh, it has not. I apologize.
Since I believe it is. It dates back to the 1980s, the early 1980s. Okay. There were other hotels in town. The Capitol Hilton, which is closer to the White House.
At 16th and K?
At 16th and K, yeah. Which used to be, I believe it was the Statler Hotel.
Right.
And the reason that this dinner is at the Hilton, the Washington Hilton, is because the ballroom is so large. And, if you wanted to have a dinner this size, no other hotel can accommodate it.
And wasn't this ballroom designed for this type of event, with a security event on top of that?
Yeah.
So, and the fact that both the president and the vice president, the Speaker of the House, were all in
the same
room.
Yeah,
et cetera, et cetera.
When you think about the level of vulnerability there.
Yeah. All right. One more time, let's check in with our friend and colleague, John McArdle. John, what's going on?
Just wanted to give you a sense of the end of this here at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You can see the journalists are all making their way out. I'm standing next to the ABC News table. drinks are half drunk and plates are half trays. But at this point, the room is clearing out. There was that announcement you heard from Wei Zhejiang that there will be that statement from the White House and that it's going to be happening in less than a half an hour, saying that's not a joke. There was almost an audible groan from some of the reporters in the room when they heard that, because many of them then started moving very quickly to the doors, knowing that they had to cover it. This is the White House press corps, and they are, many of them, off to the White House now to continue this story.
And that's a very good point. This is the White House press corps.
Yes.
And they're going to make their way down. Will the president?
It's a long walk.
It is a long walk in uncomfortable shoes.
Yes.
And Karen Bohan, is it important? I mean, the cameras can be turned on. Is it important to be in the Brady briefing room for this press conference as a reporter?
Very
Instead
important.
of watching it on TV?
Yeah, I think for the reporters in this room, and there are a lot of reporters in this room who cover other beats. They cover the Pentagon, they cover the State Department. For the reporters who cover the White House every day, they're going to want to be in the press room and be there for that statement.
Hey, John McCardle, have you exited the ballroom yet? Are you in the lobby, or are you still kind of hanging out? Because we still see people in the ballroom hanging out. Oh. Nope. I don't hear John. Sorry about that.
You got a good enough signal out of here.
There we go.
A couple things.
I think we lost John one more time from the ballroom, but we appreciate the effort of keep trying. But look, people are still hanging out down there, so they haven't quite left the room. It's a lot more empty than it was, but not everybody is gone. Let's talk to our viewers. Karen is in Petoskey, Michigan. Karen, you're on C-SPAN. What do you think about what's happening tonight? Karen, are you with us? All right, let's try Donnie in Indianapolis. Donnie, you are on C-SPAN. Please give us your thoughts about what's happening tonight.
Hey, thanks for having me. I feel like I'm just approaching this as a concerned citizen from a few different angles. I'm a high school teacher. Trying to deal with this. We're supposed to have freedom of the press, freedom of speech. Now it's like every single thing, it's like we have to be concerned about, are we truly facing some type of is this a false flag? I hope not. I don't want to even say that, but as a concerned citizen here, what can we do? What's the next steps? Where are our leaders here?
Donnie, thank you very much. What do you teach in high school?
I'm a high school business teacher.
Okay. So is this, we often on this night, when the White House Correspondents' Dinner is happening, get calls from college students and high school students who have either A, been assigned or are just watching it on their own. Donnie, do you think your students are connected to the larger world?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is something that they take seriously, and they want to be vocal about, and they want to participate in. And I think this type of thing truly scares them. And I'm 38 years old. I'm a millennial. I feel like we've been through a lot. So this type of thing, unfortunately, just kind of seems like run of the mill. I hope that we are able to do something about this, but. I do think that my students, they want to be active. They want to do what they can. They want to, they want to take a part in trying to be on the right side of things. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Donnie, thank you for calling in from Indianapolis. Now, Anthony is right here in Washington, D.C., a Democrat. Anthony, what's your take on what's going on?
Yeah, I live probably about 2 blocks from the Hilton. I no longer hear the helicopters anymore. It's just extremely alarming, and I just think it's a time in America, especially watching this, that we have to do something if this was guns with gun rights and enforcement on guns.
Now, Anthony, do you being 2 blocks from the Hilton, this is kind of a busy night for the neighborhood there around the Hilton. Did you hear increased activity at about 8:20, 8:25 tonight? Were there sirens going off or anything?
So all evening I've been watching you, and I've heard helicopters. it did get a lot more busy with helicopters since this happened. The cops are now a little bit further into the neighborhood as well, so the perimeter has gotten a lot larger.
Anthony, thank you for sharing your neighborhood experience there. Karen Bohan, any reaction to the callers that we've had so far?
So I think the common thread with both of the callers is just a concern about what this means for freedom of speech, what this means for people feeling comfortable with political debate and political speech. You know, this is traumatizing for a lot of people.
Nanette Berrigan, Democrat, California. As at the White House Correspondents' dinner, this is a tweet, dinner as guest of C-SPAN, and it's absolute chaos. Heard the shots and had to get under our table. Grateful for the immediate response from the U.S. Secret Service and security as they work to apprehend the shooter and secure the area. Political violence is never, ever the answer. It must end. After Butler, Mike Dubke, and I know you were not with the president's office at that point, what are you doing these days?
I have a public affairs firm in Washington.
Okay. My guess is, though, you're close to some of the president's people still in 2024. What was the reaction from the staff after what happened in Butler? And then again, what happened tonight?
It comes down really to a, political violence and the threat of violence a few years ago, prior to Butler, prior to the attempts. There was a lot of conversation and concern about it, but we didn't see the violence. We had rhetoric that was heightened. And some people would make the comment back in the 60s, that was heightened rhetoric along with violence. Now we're having this violence again, the chilling effect of that. I think it is a bit surprising. And now, to Daniel's point, I think it was Daniel's point, it's becoming a bit commonplace. That is terrible for our democracy. It's terrible for freedom of the press, of free speech, and it does put a chill on everything. And we're seeing members of Congress leave Congress because of the violence, and that again is a side effect of all of this.
Still a few stragglers in the ballroom there, Karen Bohan. So what's next for Weijia Zhang? I mean, her term was supposed to end, right, after tonight, or the transition begins?
So the transition actually is a couple of months.
Okay.
So the formal transition doesn't occur until July, and there'll be another election, another board voted upon. She has a vice president, Jackie Heinrich of Fox News. So they, I'm sure, have been working hand in glove to plan this dinner. And I think they're not going to be getting a lot of sleep in the next few weeks planning it.
Weijia, when she came out to announce that the dinner was postponed, seemed pretty emotional, didn't she? I mean, my guess is she had talked to the president at some point.
I would guess that she had talked to the president, but if you think about, not only are you planning this big event, but, she was working on a speech. We saw her talking at the head table with the president and the entertainer for the evening, and you think the evening is going one way and everything completely changes, and you did see her hear emotion in her voice, which is very understandable.
And in just a few minutes we will again replay the events from about 8:20 p.m. Eastern time this evening, when things were going along course and they were just getting ready to serve their salads, and we'll play that in just a minute for you. Albert, Columbus, Ohio, Republican. We have our guests here, Mike Dubke, former communications director in the first Trump administration, and Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today.
Pleased to speak with all of you this evening, but not under these circumstances. The vitriol has to stop. The constant brickbats from one side to the other, and the apparent partisan media in certain circumstances is causing this issue. If we had a ballroom at the White House at this point, we might be able to have that there instead of having it tents on the lawn, which was suggested earlier. But I am just
Albert, when you talk about the media, are you singling out any particular media?
I would say all of it, because it's all become everybody's basically trying to go through and preach to their own choir at this point. You have the Democrats on one side, you have the Republicans on the other. There is no true independent voice left at this point. It doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you, Albert in Columbus, Ohio. On our Republican line, Karen Bohan. How do you make those, as a former editor-in-chief of USA Today, how would you address Albert's concerns if he wrote into you?
So I think that there is a misunderstanding about why journalists are drawn to a beat like the White House beat. You know, I think for the very reason of wanting to encourage civil debate is why you gravitate toward a beat like that. You want the American people to hear about the issues, to hear the opinions from all sides about the issues. And you know, I think at points in our history, we have had very, very difficult issues as a country that we've been grappling with. And the role of reporters is not to tell people what to think, but to illuminate for people the issues.
Amanda, Austin, Texas, Democrat.
Yeah, my concern is that this is going to be a political issue when this is just a gun violence issue. This is neither Democrat, Republican, nor independent. And I just encourage people to find some organization that fits, you know, their beliefs, that, you know, their mission calls to them. Because this is not a political issue. This is strictly a gun violence issue, in my opinion.
Thank you, Amanda. And you two are not invited on to talk about necessarily political issues. But Mike Dubke, what would you say? First of all, what would you say to Amanda about the gun violence, not a political issue? And the term fake news is often used by the Trump administration. We heard Karen Bohan talk about how to address that. How would you address that?
Well, we'll go with Amanda first. I think this is, I think at the end of the day, this was a political statement, whether a gun was involved or a knife or any other type of violence. So for me, I think I would respectfully disagree that there most likely was some political statement that was associated with whatever happened in the outside. The ballroom. On to Albert's point, and his. When I was in the White House, to back up what Karen was saying, there were very dedicated reporters that were there. The one thing that I will say, now being out of that we need to remember across the board with this diversification of media as it is happening, that these are for-profit corporations. So you've got reporters reporting for their organizations, and those organizations do have a slant. And it is very difficult, I think, for the American people to sort through all of that. But they have a wide diversification of places to go to get their news.
We just want to show you this tweet that was put out by a Hill reporter. This is Treasury Secretary Andy Besant. It'll replay here in just a second. This is him being escorted out. You can see, first of all the people with the guns taking him out, and there's the Treasury Secretary and all his support staff, and just everybody kind of looking around at this point, confused about what's going on. Now, again, at 8:20 this evening, we want to show this one more time. This is a replay of what happened at 8:20 this evening. The President and Mrs. Trump were talking with Oz Perlman, the mentalist, who was the entertainment tonight. And you'll also see Weijia Zhang sitting in the corner. And you'll hear a little audio. Listen carefully. This, again, was at 8:20 p.m. Again, that's what happened at 8:20 this evening. I know we've all seen it now several times, and we will see it over and over and over and from different angles. This is just happens to be the angle that this C-SPAN camera caught. I'm sure there'll be some other angles that will show different video. Karen Bohan, we've mentioned this a couple of times, but just to recap, what kind of investigation is going to go on after what happened tonight?
So there's going to be an investigation into the suspect and the motive. There's going to be an investigation into whether anyone else was involved. And there has to be an investigation into the security breaches and how they happened, because, you know, this can't keep happening.
And again, you were at the Hilton earlier this evening. What did you see?
So what I saw was a scene where there were a lot of protesters outside, and there were people who were asking for tickets in order for you to go into the hotel. But I did see in the lobby of the hotel some protesters got in.
And was anyone corralling them, or were they kind of free to move around?
So I only saw two, and they were in the upper level. So the ballroom is 2 levels down, and the protesters who got in were on the upper level red carpet, which is not where any of the administration officials would be. They would be brought in through the back. But, you know, attendees of the dinner were having their picture taken there. And the 2 protesters went up there. You know, they had a sign saying, "Arrest Pete Hegseth."
Now, I want to go back to what our friend Mike Dubke suggested a little bit earlier, former Trump administration person, saying, why not set up a tent on the South Lawn and have the dinner there? All the security protocols are in place, et cetera, et cetera. As a journalist, an independent journalist, what's your reaction to the White House hosting the White House Correspondents' dinner?
So it's the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it is at its heart about the press and about the reporters who cover the president. It is about the president to some extent, but it is really a celebration of the First Amendment. So, you know, to take the dinner for the White House Correspondents Association to remove the dinner from their hands and put it in the hands of planners at the White House, I think would be unusual.
Now we're getting some more social media video. This is from Notice. News of the United States is their media organization. Let's listen and watch. And under the tables,
I would
everybody
point out
went.
a couple of things. One, C-SPAN was the one camera, as I understand it, they're the one camera that's officially allowed to be at this.
The so-called pool.
The pool for this event. And unfortunately, most of these media organizations do not invite their camera crews to the dinner. So you're seeing a lot of camera angles on cell phones by individuals who don't do this for a living. They're used to being in front of the camera and not behind the camera. So your C-SPAN's going to have the best coverage of this, I think.
Yeah, my guess is that be part of the investigation, all that footage.
Absolutely.
Austin is in Worden, Montana, Republican line. Hi, Austin.
Hi, good afternoon, panel.
We're listening.
My question for the panel is, how come the government doesn't do a case study on my great state of Montana? I want to say
we're going to just leave our friend in Montana to his own opinions on whatever he was talking about. Holly in Zionsville, Indiana, Democrat. Holly, you're on C-SPAN now. What do you think about what's happening tonight?
Well, I don't know why I'm concerned, but
I may be, I'm a very normal mother of three, Midwestern. I'm a registered Republican, but I voted Democrat the last time. And I just want to say the fact that there was a mentalist there who we've never had before, and it was because, according to the people that were interviewed early, the president doesn't take jokes very well. And so obviously, when they planned this, they knew what kind of temperament he had. And I just think this whole scenario looks a little bit like it just doesn't ring true to me. I mean, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist or crazy person, but I just feel like the protocols were off. The president wasn't immediately evacuated. The seal was left. The correspondents were left. And the president was the one that first made the response on his social media post about wanting to continue, wanting to give his speech, wanting to, and just none of this seems
so. What
normal.
Draw this to a conclusion. What do you mean it doesn't seem normal? Just you get one statement now.
Okay, if this was the plan to have this be interrupted in some dramatic fashion to draw our attention by this mentalist in agreement with the president or the White House, I think that's really awful.
All right, Holly in Zionsville, Indiana, as she says, a Midwestern normal mother. What do you think about her thought process?
The way that this all went down after the fact seemed very normal to me in terms of how the Secret Service reacted, and given that it was probably 2 floors away and it wasn't a direct threat in the room, they quickly assessed that. I'm not sure I'm there. In terms of the entertainment, I mean, the entertainment, and you would be better to speak to this than I am, but through the years, the entertainment has changed at the White House, at this Correspondents' dinner. I think we're used to the over-the-top comedians of the past several years, but that didn't always used to be the case, is my understanding.
Well, so also the entertainer for the evening, Oz Perlman, was chosen before it was clear whether the president would be attending or not. Yeah. And the other thing I want to clarify about Oz Perlman, when that was announced, I wasn't familiar with what a mentalist is. And, when I heard it was magic, I thought it would be magic tricks. And, he is somebody who is very, very entertaining. I actually happened to hear him on the Joe Rogan show. What he does is different from what a comedian does, but it's that same sense of a person with an act, and you don't know exactly what's going to happen or how it's going to play out, and that there's similarities between that and comedy. My understanding was that he was going to read the president's mind live, that would have been...
It looks like he was doing that when, or they were doing something with the Trumps there, and that's when Ouija was like, wow, that was amazing. I mean, that's what I saw in the video.
Exactly. And, I do want to clarify that Oz Perlman himself, when he describes what a mentalist is, he says, I have no magical powers. I figure out. You give me clues, and I can figure out what you're thinking. And, he really rattled Joe Rogan by guessing correctly his PIN number, his ATM PIN number. Yeah.
Wow. And I guess he was on Bret Baier Fox News last night and guessed his best friend. So I don't know how this works or if it's set up in any way, but that was going to be very entertaining. We're looking forward to covering it. We had cameras on the floor with him and microphones so we could catch all of the action as we went. Karen Bohan, when you were chair in 2012, your entertainment, your speaker, your president was Barack Obama, and your entertainment?
Jimmy Kimmel.
And how did he do? Did he cross the edge in your view? I mean, how did you work with him?
So when we started speaking with him, it was the summer before the April dinner. I think this is true for all presidents of the Correspondents Association, is we want comedians who are going to make fun of everybody. That includes Republicans, Democrats, and us. You know, we actually told him that. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel is not somebody who would say, you know, oh, okay, you don't want me to make fun of this person, so I won't. So, you know, that conversation wouldn't happen that way. But, you know, I do remember talking to his people about, you know, what he was going to say. And, you know, he said that, you know, he would be very much making fun of the press. And, you know, my reaction was that is perfect for this room because, you know, people get that. They live in that world.
We're going to show you two contrasting pictures. The Washington Hilton live. You can see even the tablecloths have been removed from the tables. That staff, they are a machine. They know exactly what they're doing, and they work fast and hard at the Washington Hilton. And then, mile and a half away at the White House, here is the press room, and they are starting to get ready for the president's press conference. You can see the seal is up on the podium there, and they're getting ready. And that's pretty. Look at the crowd in there too. You can see all the heads of the people who are in there. That looks like a potential tuxedo with a long tie there that gentleman's wearing. I wonder if we're going to see some evening clothes.
That's Amr Madani of the Associated Press, and he was one of the reporters who was going to be honored with an award for his reporting.
So that is the tux with the black tie, the long tie.
Yeah.
Okay, Speaker Mike Johnson. Kelly and I were at the event tonight, and we're thankful no innocent people were harmed and everyone is now safe. We're grateful as always for the law enforcement and first responders who acted so quickly to bring the situation under control, praying for our country tonight. Now, I think it was John McCardle, our colleague here at C-SPAN, who reported that Speaker Mike Johnson was there, and he and his wife Kelly, and that they escorted him out, but left her under the table.
Yeah.
And that's protocol.
That's protocol, and it's going to lead to probably a terrible argument later tonight in the Johnson household. But it is protocol, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk to Cade in Travelers Rest South. Nope, Cade is gone now. Let's check in with Louis in Lincoln, Nebraska, Democrat. Hi, Louis. Thanks for holding. Please go ahead.
Yes, and I feel like this is a derivative of bringing Hollywood to Washington, D.C. It's a wag the dog situation. Trump did not want to be at the Correspondents' dinner. He does not like free media, and he's going to find ways through Hollywood to create situations where it's going to leave us Americans scratching our heads on what's going on. Now he has every reason to have a ballroom.
Okay, let's check in with Mike Dubke, who used to work for President Trump as his communications director, on all three of the points that you raised. Well, number one, President Trump did not want to be at the dinner.
I think that's absolutely untrue. I frankly was very surprised he went to the dinner because I thought he was going to be consistent through the rest of his presidency of not attending this dinner.
Number two, he doesn't like the media, the free media.
He loves free media. One would argue that it was the earned media that he got in 2015, 2016 when he was running for president that helped him through the Republican primaries and launched him into the presidency. Donald Trump has been part of the media industrial complex, if you want to call it that, from a very, very young age. We were having a conversation in the green room before we came out about how this dinner has what was Louis' point?
Louis.
That this dinner has become a little bit more Hollywood. But Donald Trump, before he was president, attended this dinner multiple times as a guest of media companies. So,
third point, this is wag the dog. Now Donald Trump can have his ballroom because it's not secure anyplace else.
I think Donald Trump secured that ballroom long before this White House Correspondents' dinner in the way that only he can.
But, and you know, Karen Bohan, we were replaying some of the old correspondence speeches, the president speaking at the Correspondents' dinner on C-SPAN 2 all day long, and I watch them over and over. And in 2016, Barack Obama made a point of in his remarks. He goes, what is wrong with you people in the media? All you do is cover Donald Trump, basically is what he said. He said it in a very amusing way. But do you remember the first, in 2016 when Donald Trump was running for president? I remember going through the newspapers one day and there were 30 articles on Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
What was it about him that attracted that attention?
It was his ability to get free media from the press. I mean, if you think about it, looking back to 2015 when he was running in the primary against Jeb Bush and Marco Rubio, they raised so much more money than him, and he ended up not needing the money initially.
Exactly right.
I mean, he did eventually sell the T-shirts and the hats, but he was far out fundraised, and he was ubiquitous though, because he would say controversial things. Everybody would be talking about what he said.
Mike Dubke, were you working on the campaign at the time?
I was not working on the campaign. I came to the administration not from the RNC or the campaign. I was I was a stepchild that arrived at the White House. But one of the things that we did at very early days at the White House was we discovered and learned that the fastest way for us to get our message out was not a press release, but we would have the president tweet, and it would go breaking news on CNN. Your leader here at C-SPAN now was my nemesis at CNN at the time, Sam Feist. But it was very easy for us, and Sam will hate me saying this, it was very easy for us to get a headline on CNN or any of the other networks, frankly, because when the president tweeted out, the earned media, the media treated that as breaking news. So that was the way we conveyed things.
And Karen Bohan, if you didn't report on some of those tweets, did you feel left behind?
Well, so, every time he tweeted, it wasn't necessarily news, but as Mike points out, it would get our attention much more. And one thing that, I was observing and that I mentioned to Mike in the green room is that we need so many more reporters on beats to cover this White House than was the case during other administrations. Some news organizations have doubled the size of their White House teams.
And you can see the Jim Brady press room right now at the White House is full. I'm trying to see how much evening clothes. There's Caitlin Collins in a evening dress for CNN. You can see her up at the front doing her stand-up. I see another bow tie up there in the front. This should begin momentarily, it sounds like. In the meantime, Senator Deb Fischer, Republican of Nebraska, was at the dinner, and she had sent out this tweet following after she was able to leave the dinner. It's gone, but she was just thanking the Secret Service and everybody for the help that they provided. But so I apologize for not showing you that tweet at the same time. Peter in Hancock, Maine, Independent Line.
Oh, hi there. Thanks for letting me talk. So I want to say I'm very grateful to law enforcement that all 2,000 journalists, including your own C-SPAN reporters, are safe and the shooter was apprehended. The press has been called fake news and often ridiculed by the current occupant of the White House. And I, for one, am glad all the journalists are safe. And I appreciate that you guys regularly put your lives on the front line of reporting every day. So thank you for doing that.
That's Peter in Hancock, Maine. Who came up with the phrase fake news? Was that a Donald Trumpism?
He made it famous. There were bumper stickers back when George Herbert Walker Bush. It was don't blame me.
Ignore the media.
Ignore the media.
Vote for Bush.
Yeah.
Something like
don't
that,
blame me. I voted for Bush.
Yeah.
This has been an ongoing kind of push and pull, especially with Republican candidates and Republican presidents, for years and years and years. So it wasn't invented by Donald Trump. He's very adept at coming up with quick sayings that's probably given him. But he's also probably the person that's benefited the most from the press, as we were just discussing before.
Karen Bohan, when you hear the term fake news directed at you or your organizations, what's your instinct?
So, I mean, I think that it comes from a place of not liking to be criticized or having any negative stories about your administration. And in that respect, I mean, other presidents did not use that phrase, but other administrations were often furious at the press, and that is a constant.
It is now 10:25 p.m., about 2 hours ago, is when the incident at the Washington Hilton happened. We have had two guests here all evening, and we appreciate this so much that you're sticking around with us. Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today, Mike Dubke, former communications director in the first Trump term, and you guys came over here to talk about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and we started off strong that way, I think, and we have just transitioned into what is happening tonight. So, and we're hearing your voices about what's happening. It looks like the press conference will be starting shortly. Of course, that'll all be live on C-SPAN, but in the meantime, let's hear from Rose in Delaware, Ohio, Republican line. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you so much. I apologize for my voice dysphonia, but I went to Afghanistan as a DOD accountant, no military involvement, or experience. And the news being played over there, I was a little bit shocked that, and growing up with only, 3 choices or channels to choose your news from, you don't realize how much that has changed over the course of time with all the addition of all these new channels, especially all the news channels. But I was on 4 different bases, but when in Kabul, I was there for the bin Laden ordeal, hearing the streets are hot, could possibly turn hot on us. But I'd watch the news at mealtime. And it was amazing, Al Jazeera, it's amazing how they were not trying to persuade. They just delivered the news. And it was incredible it took you to a higher level of knowledge. It was, I miss it incredibly.
Rose, we're going to leave it there. Mike Dubke is somebody who had to deal with the media at the White House communications office. Would you agree with the statement that all news organizations are trying to be uplifting and report the news?
No, not at all.
No hesitation there.
No hesitation at all. No, there are very high quality reporters, and probably 90% of the reporters that I dealt with were of that ilk. There were some that weren't, and even the reporters that were in the White House would agree with me, wink, nod, yeah, we know, and I'm not going to name names tonight. That having been said, when you're in the White House, the diversification of the different mediums that are there, that's what allows me to say that.
All right, we've got less than 2 minutes. A 2-minute warning was given at the White House at the press conference about to begin. But Karen Bohan, if you had to call and you wanted to do an interview with President Trump and you talked to Mike over here, how would you approach that?
So I immediately would ask him, how he felt in the moment and what happened, and I want to know more about what transpired between the time he was thrown to the ground and, when the decision was made that he would go to the White House to make this statement.
And there's going to be all sorts of hands raised at this press conference. How long do you think the president will
I think
go?
this might go for a while. I think he's going to probably only call on people in tuxedos and full gowns. I think he will make a point of the fact that they went through this ordeal together. And he's not, he might deliver one of the jokes he was going to deliver tonight, but I think this is going to be a serious speech, but one with, a tinge of humor, if that could be possible.
It looks like they are ready to open the door. Where does that door go to? Does it go to the press
It
room
goes
back there?
to it goes to lower press, what's called lower press, and it's just outside. It's the press room is actually built on a swimming pool.
Right, and you can access that right from the outside, from the patio, right?
Well, yes, there's another door there,
Yeah.
but that door right there goes to a smaller area where the press secretary's staff is, and then that goes up to upper press, which is where the press secretary's office is, and others.
Karen Bohan, have you walked back through that door and accessed the lower press, as they call it?
Many, many times. Although the access to it has changed in the Trump administration. You know, you're not allowed to wander back and just talk to a press
In previous
aide.
administrations, though, you could?
Yes, you could.
Well,
Mike Dubke,
only
why
to
do you-
upper press, to be very clear about that. So in
But lower
previous,
press. Yeah,
oh yes, you'd go
lower
through
press.
lower press, and then when I was there in 2017, the reporters were still coming up to upper press.
Yeah.
I wanted in this. I'm going to date myself in Les Nessman fashion. Put a piece of tape on the floor that would stop them at one point just past the press secretary's office. But yes, it was very difficult to get work done when you had reporters just standing
Just kind of
outside your door.
wandering in.
It was, you know, but they had a job to do, and so did we.
And I tell you what, we're going to be cutting out of here very quickly as soon as the president or Carolyn Levitt, who was she at the dinner tonight?
She was at the dinner.
She was at the dinner,
Yes.
wasn't she? And
She
she's
was photographed on the red carpet.
ready to have a child.
I think
very
today was her
quickly.
last day. Yes.
Yeah, and so whether she's there tonight or the president or the vice president, we'll find out. But once they come out that door, we're going to cut to it. And so I want to make sure to thank you, Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. What are you doing these days, and can people still read your writing?
Well, so I will be posting on Substack in the near future, but I'm also doing some teaching and consulting. So, yeah.
And what will you be reporting on tonight? I know you were stuck here in the studio with us. Look, we all saw it together. We all reacted together. So
You know, I have to say that if I were in the room, I would have been taking pictures. I would have been reporting. You know, I would have been digging to try to get the information.
my guess is there's a lot out there on social media right now.
Yeah.
Mike Dubke, what you said you have a PR firm now since the
I
Trump
had a public
administration?
affairs firm, and here we go. But I had a public affairs firm before I went in the White House, and I've gone back there.
Is that the president's official photographer there? Who just walked out? That woman who
it's
just
one of them. Yes,
One
I'm
of them?
sure they were
Okay.
taking pictures back as he's making his way from the Oval Office to lower press.
How far is it from the Oval Office?
It's
to
not
here?
very far. You can traverse it outside, where I think you've seen the outside, the Oval Office. You can make it outside in a covered walkway.
Okay. All right. We're just waiting for him to come out, and then we will go to that. We want to thank everybody who has been with us this evening. We have been now on the air for 3.5 hours. We started out talking about the White House Correspondents' dinner and some lighter things. And here he comes. Here comes the president.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified. I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that He was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the President just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple, and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly, and I wonder, especially because unfortunately, you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat, and service agents were telling us to get down. Can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise." And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able, and I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much, because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughingstock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we've had no. There was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never
suspect?
know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. Absolutely. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced
2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about
political violence, this could be politically motivated?
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. You know, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Is it possible to turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, you know, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I see to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, you know, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering, you know, it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you know, you read stories where they become basket cases, to be honest with you. I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times, she said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight, we heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, We had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, can we hear from the first lady about how impactful this was? Can we hear from her about...
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
One in the back, sir. Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on? So.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts, so it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, President Trump. Thank you. Glad you're okay.
And that was President Trump live at the White House. It is 11 p.m. Eastern Time on the East Coast. At about 8:20 p.m., the incident at the Washington Hilton happened, and it was a shooting. And here is the suspect. Donald Trump put this on social media. This is the suspect on the floor of the Hilton. Not sure if this is in the lobby or down by the magnetometers near the ballroom. Can't tell where he is. But here is some hotel security footage that Donald Trump posted on his social media feed. There's no sound, but this is at the Hilton. Just keep an eye on it. You'll see somebody running through. And there we go. And it looks like the Secret Service may have fired some shots, but that was a suspect, and you can see they're all gathered there. Well, throughout this evening, after the incident at the Washington Hilton, if you've been with us, you heard our colleague Greta Bronner on the phone. Greta was at the dinner at the time and would speak to us throughout the evening. You ended up outside the Hilton, correct?
I did. Shortly after the incident occurred, we were told to get down. People around in the entire ballroom, essentially, people were crouched down underneath their tables. The Secret Service, the law enforcement came in very quickly. They were hopping over tables, over chairs, running toward the dais.
How close were you to the dais?
We were probably 3-4 tables in, so we were pretty close to the dais. If you're looking at the dais and the president, we were off to the left.
Now, Greta, when we've replayed what happened, we can hear the 4 booms or 4 loud noises. Did you hear those?
I did not. What I heard what sounded like, I agree with the president when he said it sounded like plates crashing, a tray crashing down. That's what it sounded like to me. And then there was even more commotion that sounded very similar as in the moments and the minutes after people said, get down, get down. After the president was whisked out, the HHS Secretary, RFK Jr., was taken out, so was the Secretary of State, the Cabinet Secretary, other Cabinet Secretaries. We had the Small Business Administrator at the table over from ours. She was surrounded. After that initial sort of commotion died down, I then exited out of the ballroom so that I could get on a phone, try to talk to all of you.
Because of really bad cell reception in that ballroom.
Yeah, you're essentially in the belly of the Hilton. You go down the escalators into essentially a basement of the Hilton. That's where this ballroom is. And so the cell room is notoriously bad. The cell service is notoriously bad when you're down there.
Especially with 2,000, 3,000 phones on and trying to do the same thing.
So I left, and as I left the ballroom, I walked by the metal detectors. I then realized I was stuck. There was no way to get out at that point. I tried to turn around and go back so that I could leave out a different door, and I was told by law enforcement, you cannot go back in. And I believe he said to me, this is a crime scene, you cannot go back in. And I thought, okay, where am I going now? Because again, I had no cell service. I heard a staff of the hotel motioning to people, telling people, you can come through here. So I went through which was essentially the kitchen. And a bunch of us went through the kitchen of the Hilton, out to a side door, out into a side street of the Hilton. And we were about 1 block off then of Connecticut Avenue, where all the commotion was. Once you were out there, we were told many times by different law enforcement, you can't go this direction, you have to go this direction, you're not getting back in.
Had you had a chance to call the girls and Billy?
Yes, I did immediately. I texted immediately before. And
was he watching on TV?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
So I immediately texted everyone and said, I'm not sure what happened. You're going to hear about something that happened. I'm fine.
You brought your ticket for this evening. Why'd you bring this?
I wanted to show folks what you had to show to get onto the grounds of the Washington Hilton.
This is simply to get on the grounds.
That's to get under the grounds. So there was a perimeter about 1 block where no vehicles could get through. The police had it barricaded. However, you could walk up right in front of the roundabout of the Washington Hilton, and to get even there, all you had to do was show that invitation. Then from there, and it was a quick, let me see your invitation, and it was a quick, oh, okay, go ahead.
If we're going to cut you, Muriel Bowser, Mayor of D.C., press conference, live.
Good evening. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I am joined by members of my public safety team and federal law enforcement, including the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, the Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, as well as FBI Field Office, Darren Cox. We're here to provide you an update on the incident that took place tonight at 8:36 p.m. at the Washington Hilton at the site of the White House Correspondents' dinner. At about that time, a sole gunman rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated. The president returned safely to the White House, as you know. We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs tonight and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved. I want to turn to the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Carroll, to provide a law enforcement update and specifics.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondents Dinner. As the Mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time. However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our Criminal Division, our Crisis Response Team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Curran.
Thank you. My name is Sean Curran, I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the President reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved, and I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Pirro.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot. Unfortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. Where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States. Because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was comments. As a participant, someone event at the White House Correspondents' dinner. I, for the first time, with shots heard and a whole room went silent. I lifted my head, and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police. All of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court, but make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Right here in the front, right here in the front.
Specifically targeting the president, and is he talking to law enforcement now?
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged the checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say that there seems to have been a lack of authorization to come to this event. Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
I mean, what we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside of the Metropolitan Police Department along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Chief Carroll,
right here.
Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a vehicle associated with the suspect, and are you and the FBI conducting any search warrants either on the vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're digging into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department, I can say that.
Right here. Chief, there are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
The president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here.
Thank you so much. Do you know specifically if President Trump was a target of this attack? And can you speak to their reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon to get into the ballroom? Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here.
Earlier you said there was an exchange. Did the suspect fire any shots? And was it the uniformed officer who that which weapon he was shooting?
Yeah, obviously, we're only a couple hours into this instance, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information we figure out what the ballistics. The ATF is also on the scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days.
given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure, I'll call for the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
So will there be any changes or added measures given that this did happen?
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
Thank you.
I understand. I understand how the suspect got into the hotel. Was it a guest here? Are you searching rooms?
So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay.
To jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security, but to walk in with a weapon of that caliber and get all the way to the ballroom, which is on the lower level, seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, video appears to show the president falling down. He was being escorted out. Is he here at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
Could you clarify how he was detained? Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
And how many people are in the hospital?
Can you give us his name?
Not at this time.
Do we know?
We won't release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down.
How many people in the hospital?
In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
U.S. Attorney Pierre, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, friends.
And that was live from the Washington Hilton. That was on the red carpet location that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, Jeanine Pirro, the district attorney or the attorney for the district, held that press conference. Greta Brawner is with us. She was at the dinner. We want to show you this one more time. This is hotel security footage posted by Donald Trump's Truth Social, and you will see the shooter zip through the lobby of the hotel in just a second. There he went. You can see the Secret Service. You can see the Secret Service then firing on him. Greta Brawner is with us. Greta, we learned that a Secret Service agent did take a round, it sounds like, to his protective vest at that point. We were just talking to Greta about her time at the dinner. Greta, you were in the ballroom. I want to play the replay. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
I haven't yet.
You have not.
No.
We were on the set here. We had it on live on C-SPAN, and we all just kind of paused because we saw something was going on. But we are going to show you, Greta, the replay of what happened at about 8:20 p.m. Let's show it. Greta Brawner, where were you seated in the ballroom at this point?
Yeah, so I am right in front of the camera, essentially, off to the right of the screen, probably 2 tables in.
So, very good view of the dais.
Good view, but my back was to the dais. It was to my right, but the commotion was I had my back to the middle of the ballroom, and so I did not see what the audience just saw with our camera on the president. You see the First Lady say, "What happened?" I didn't see any of that. The commotion is happening. You're hearing people say, get down," which you heard in the video. That is what I'm hearing. And then the loud crash of what sounds like plates, tray dropping. And when you hear "get down," you start to get down. I did not go all the way underneath the table. Many of the people around me got off their chairs and they went, pretty much underneath the tables. I was crouching down in my chair. I wanted to be able to see what was happening at the same time. It was as the Secret Service were rushing into the room, I did look up and I saw the Secret Service on the dais. Their guns were out. They were coming over the top of the table. They were trying to get to the principals in the room. I saw them secure the Health and Human Services Secretary. He had 3-4 law enforcement around him. His wife, similar to what we heard about the House Speaker's wife, his wife was trailing behind. The HHS Secretary, once he went over a table and they were going to bring him to the back of the dais behind the curtains, he did turn around and go back with the Secret Service to help his wife get over a table so that they could bring her to the back. I saw Marco Rubio making his way through tables to go out the same direction as the Health and Human Services Secretary. And while all this is happening, the get down, I'm looking up, and across the ballroom, Senator John Fetterman is standing straight up. Senator Fetterman is tall.
He's a big man.
He's very tall. And he stood up and he watched the entire thing. He did not sit down. He did not get down, duck down. He was standing and watching the entire thing happen and the entire scene unfold.
How quickly were you out of the ballroom and why?
I think I left probably less than 5 minutes after it all happened. I was told that after I left and the first wave of people left the ballroom, then you were not allowed to leave after that. Once you left the ballroom, you were not allowed to go back in either, from what I was told.
Several times during the evening, we talked to you on the phone. Where were you?
I made my way out the ballroom, back through the kitchen, is what it looked like, the back of the hotel, out a side door into a side street. I then spoke to you a couple times out there. Several people were making their way out similar side doors. Law enforcement then directed me to go around the back side of the Hilton, try to make my way to Connecticut. I was about half block off of the front of the hotel when I was told I could not go toward Connecticut that way. I had to go back where I was, walk around another couple of blocks and make my way down Connecticut that direction. I think I spoke to you again at that point. And I asked an officer how much of Connecticut is blocked off. He said 3-4 blocks deep, one direction, and at least one block back behind me, and then one block around the entire to the left and the right. At that point, I'd been outside for quite a while. I made my way.
And it's not warm out tonight,
No, it's not warm out tonight. I made my way into a hotel that was barricaded off. I told the officer I needed to go into the hotel, made my way in there, talked to all of you back here. I then decided to try to make my way here to the studio. I left there. I was able to get onto some side streets. I actually flagged down somebody on an electric bike, asked if I could get a ride because the barricades were, I didn't know how I was going to get to a car to get back to the studio.
Just random nice guy on a bike?
He was actually a White House photographer, and he was trying to make his way to the briefing. So I sat side saddle on his bike, and he drove me 4 blocks into clearance. He said he had to get to the briefing. I jumped off and made my way here.
And no coat, no, just the dress. Now, again, you brought this very quickly. We want to show you people what they needed to have to get all the way inside the hotel. It looks like, according to the D.C. police, that the suspect was a guest at the hotel. So I think anybody can check into the hotel, it sounds like, but maybe that's how. But this is the actual ticket. And this got you how far, Greta?
All the way inside the hotel.
Into the hotel. Would this get you through the magnetometers?
Yes.
This ticket right here?
Yes. But I didn't reach the magnetometers until I was into the hotel. So there's a perimeter around the hotel so vehicles could not go to the hotel unless you were a principal or cabinet secretary, etc. I walked about 3 blocks to get to the hotel. As I was on the front of the hotel where the roundabout is, it said they had people posted outside with signs that said, "Have your invitation ready." So you are in line, you're in a queue, and you quickly showed the invitation. It was a quick, have your invitation, then you were allowed to go to the front of the hotel, go inside the hotel. From there, you had a traffic pattern that brought you down toward the red carpet where you were broadcasting from earlier this evening. You could then go down a set of escalators into the ballroom, take the stairs down into the ballroom. To get there, that's when you had to go through the metal detectors. Show your invitation, go through the metal detectors.
And as you said earlier, it's kind of like the belly of the hotel. And what President Trump said in his press conference, the doors were locked. We were sealed in, basically. No in, no out. And that's once those were breached, it changed the equation of whether or not the dinner could continue tonight.
Right.
So we really appreciate you coming over here. We're going to take some calls if that's okay with you. Yep. You've heard the story. If you've been with us all night, you've followed the process. I want to show you one more thing, though, before we go to your calls. And Greta had mentioned Speaker Mike Johnson was there. Here he is, and this is a tweet from Reuters. Here he is being hustled out of the hotel, and Mrs. Johnson was left under the table. That's the protocol again, not but there he is. There's Speaker Mike Johnson being hustled out of the hotel.
I spoke to Jonathan Allen, who's an NBC political producer. He was outside with me, and he said he saw that moment where Speaker Mike Johnson was whisked off by his security detail. His wife had gone under the table, as many people did in the ballroom, and Jonathan Allen told us they had to go back in and get Mrs. Johnson.
Yeah, we took that call. That was live on C-SPAN, talking to Greta and Jonathan Allen. And here's how you can participate in our conversation this evening. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8002 for all others. You can see the numbers there on the screen. Now you can also continue this conversation on X or on Facebook. You can see our addresses there. Stephen, Rochester, Michigan, Democrat, you are on C-SPAN. Please go ahead with your questions or comments.
Hello. I was listening to Greta talk about what happened tonight, and it sounds so familiar. I was a student at Michigan State when the shooting happened on our campus, and I'm so sorry you had to deal with that trauma tonight. And I hope you're doing okay. And it reminds me, it's awful how normal political violence and violence in general is becoming in our nation. Gun violence touches everybody, the president, the political elites in D.C., students, people at a grocery store. It's terrible how normal it's become. And, just as young people growing up and I'm only 22 years old, growing up in our country and seeing things like January 6th and the assassination attempts against our president, and just how normal this is just awful. And I really hope that we can stand up and we can bring down the temperature, and we can really just, we got to put a stop to it. We have to talk to each other
All
again.
right,
And
Stephen in Rochester, Michigan, thank you very much. Greta, did you feel the adrenaline, the rush, the fear at some point this evening?
Yeah, I mean, when people are yelling, "Get down, get down,"
and they have big guns.
Yeah, and right in the law enforcement, they they had their guns out, obviously. And so, you're talking about rifles. You're talking, it was interesting when you heard the president say, we had law enforcement in the room at the tables disguised. I thought that was very interesting. And, at one point I looked up, I saw a law enforcement who wasn't in all of the gear, but had a small handgun, was making his way toward the dais. So, certainly that is, it's a frightening moment. Absolutely.
And longtime viewers of C-SPAN will remember January 6, 2021. Greta was doing the morning show and getting ready to wrap up, and then the riots started at the Capitol, and 8 hours later, she was still sitting in this chair broadcasting. So kudos to Greta for going through that as well, from a safe position, but just to experience that was a lot.
Yeah, and on the political violence, the caller was mentioning, Congressman Mike Flood was one of our guests tonight at our table, and he too, when they told us to get down, the congressman sat in his chair and he said a couple of times, "What's wrong with our country? What's wrong with our country?" He sounded very despondent as all the commotion was happening.
Donald is in Savannah, Georgia, Republican. Donald, good evening.
How you doing tonight?
How are you?
I'm doing well. They need to figure out a way to get Donald Trump reelected. That's what we need to do.
Why is that, Donald?
We need to get Trump reelected.
All right, there's a Donald Trump fan calling in. Paul is in Lexington, Kentucky, independent. Paul, please go ahead. What do you think about what happened tonight?
Yeah, thank you for your call. I wanted to thank you very much for the excellent coverage that you've given us tonight. And I would definitely say C-SPAN is definitely part of the solution. And I wish you guys were more prevalent in today's media because, well, my question actually is for you two. And Greta, being there must have been really heavy to have to deal with that. But do you guys, or do you see the media as being culpable at all for the left violence that we're seeing?
Hey, Paul, if you ask that question, you must have your own response to it. What is your response?
Well, I mean, I really am not a far left or far right type guy, but I just can't imagine that murdering someone or inflicting violence on someone would get any kind of point across. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Paul, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for your kind words. And we're going to talk to Neil in Marquette, Michigan, Democrat. Neil, you're on C-SPAN.
Hello. Thank you so much. I have been looking at all of this from a Gen Z angle. I'm 19 years old. I live in Michigan. Michigan, obviously, as you know, was a swing state in the last election. And I got a notification on my phone from AP News that there was something happening at the Correspondents' dinner, and I've been watching C-SPAN for the last 3 hours. Obviously, you've been covering it for more than 4 hours now. But I'm wondering how my generation is viewing all of this. I wasn't alive for the JFK assassination. I wasn't alive for 9/11. I was 1 year old for when we got bin Laden. But we've been living through so much, not just political violence, but so much politics that it's hard for my generation, I feel like, to keep up with everything. How is Saturday Night Live going to look at the situation tomorrow or next week? How is The Onion going to react? How is Onion's new InfoWars going to react? I wanted to...
Hey, Neil, what was your reaction when you said you saw the AP News alert? What was your reaction when you saw what it said?
I think, first of all, it was... I like to keep up with the news. It was sudden panic from my point of view. There's been a lot of talk of, what if Trump dies? that has been a thing that either from memes or, God forbid, all of the excuse me, I don't know why I said God forbid, but from the Instagram and all of the social media outlets, what happens if the president dies? I think that is a huge thing for my generation still. And that was one of the first things that I thought about. And then obviously there was the gun violence issue. Yeah, those were the first two things.
All right,
that I
Neil, thank you for sharing. Greta Bronner is with us, of course. C-SPAN's Greta Bronner, as she's known. What do you do here at C-SPAN, by the way? What is your day job? We know we see you on the air all the time, but what else do you do?
Yeah, executive producer of a couple of teams here, but public affairs and political content, overseeing producers who are the ones that are the eyes and the ears of all the content that we put on C-SPAN, C-SPAN 2, and C-SPAN 3.
Yeah, and all the investigation that we're going to have out of this, you'll be covering rather heavily.
Absolutely.
You know, I want to go back to January 6th and tonight. I mean, beginning tonight, we were on the red carpet. A little bit fun, you know, a little bit lighter than what we usually do, and then we have to transition into this. And you had to do the same thing on January 6th.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because the caller asked or said that might have been a little frightening, and it was. And then all those journalists in that room immediately know what their job is and had their phones out, taking video. I left so that I could come speak to you within minutes. You know, our new CEO, Sam Feist, was at the same table. People were back here trying to get a hold of me so that we could talk. We weren't getting cell reception. Sam wrote down a number real quick, and I was out the door for me to call. You know, so within minutes, you quickly realize you need to go do the job that you do. And it was really, I mean, all those journalists in there, you saw them. If they could leave, or they were reporting from there. I heard journalists walking past me once I left the building saying, "I'm headed to the bureau. I need to go to you know, the office." The photographer that I rode on his bike, you know, saying, "I need to go to the White House briefing." People were trying to get where they needed to get so that they could do reporting. And we appreciate Greta coming back to C-SPAN up on Capitol Hill to take your calls for the next 15 minutes. Jeremy is right here in Washington, D.C., Republican line. Jeremy, what do you want to talk to about?
Yes, of course. Well, I'm actually a student at the George Washington University, and we were blocks away from the tragedy, and me and my friends were out. We were stunned, and political violence is now a common occurrence.
Jeremy, were you watching on TV the dinner?
I was not tuned in live, but I did have my phone, and immediately I was sent many messages. I'm a member of the College Republicans here at George Washington, and many folks were reaching out very worried. And on X, I saw the clip, and I was horrified. The camera shook, and I've never seen the president really taken out by Secret Service like that. So, look, this epidemic of violence has to be condemned. The temperature has to be brought down, and your political opponent cannot be viewed as your human enemy.
Jeremy, where are you from?
I'm from New York, Long Island.
What are you studying?
Political science.
And you're with the College Republicans at GW as well here in D.C. Thanks for calling in. Julius is Calhoun, Georgia, independent. Hi, Julius.
How you doing? I share a lot of sentiments with a lot of other people that have called today, just regarding, I guess I would call it the hyper-polarized states of America. And it's very frightening when, you know, a lot of this becomes normal. You know, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of, you know, our current president, but that doesn't mean I'm going to, you know, do what this guy did. I think it's scary. I think it's, you know, the normalization is, you know, a bit frightening. When I got the news, I was actually a bit late to it. I mean, I was getting something done for college, chemistry major, and I simply got the news. I was talking to my brother, and we got the TV on, and it was just a it was just a big deal. And every time I get news like this, I'm always, the first to watch it. I'm always the first, just with my brother to always, discuss it, break it down. But it gets tiring because it's like this hyperpolarization. It's just, it's unreal. It is unreal what we're seeing today. I went to see Donald Trump and Joe Biden at the 2024 debate in Atlanta, and I remember vividly seeing an RFK supporter and some, I'm assuming, someone, there was a protest there going on, and, they got in a fight. And it's like, we cannot have this. We genuinely can't.
Julius, we're gonna leave it there. We got a lot of calls on hold, but we really appreciate your calling in. What are you hearing from the callers, Greta? Not, don't mean to put you on the spot here as a C-SPAN host.
No, I think it's interesting that repeatedly people are saying political violence. They wish it wasn't taking place in our society and in our country. So I think that's a common theme. I think we'll hear a lot of that. You heard the president talk about that. I think you'll hear from other elected officials, especially the ones that were in the room tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if they also hold news conferences to talk about this. And
we should probably let you know what happened tonight, because you were outside reporting on what was happening there. But at one point, they left the seal up on the podium, on the lectern, and they were measuring the distance to the monitors. And so it looked like the president was coming back. He sent out a True Social saying, "I'm coming back. I'm just checking with law enforcement." So we were all planning on something happening, to happen at the dinner again. And then they took the seal off the lectern, and we knew it was over at that point. And the Secret Service probably made the right decision. It was just a little too chaotic for him to come back. But then at the press conference, he promises in the next 30 days. One of our guests that we had this evening had been the White House Correspondents Association president, and as soon as he said that, she goes, "Great goal, but wow, that's a lot of work."
Yeah, a lot of work. A lot of work goes into this dinner. I mean, they start preparing a year out for this dinner.
Yeah.
I heard the broadcast as I was on the phone with all of you, walking the blocks around the Hilton. And as I would hear you talk about the seal, the president might be coming back, I was asking law enforcement as I walked along, are we able to go back in? Will we be able to go back in if this continues? And none of the law enforcement that I spoke to had any answer at that point, which is understandable. They were given clear directions, don't let anyone pass this point. And that's all they could tell you. In the minutes after an incident like this, they know where their station is, where they need to be posted, and they've been given certain orders. And at that point, that's all they knew.
As a journalist, what are the unanswered questions for you at this point?
How did this assailant, the suspect, get into the hotel with, you heard in Mayor Bowser's news conference, handgun, shotgun, and knives. So how did he get, maybe he was able to get into the hotel, but how was he able to get that close to the ballroom? I know the president said he wasn't close to the president. I think the president said 50 yards away. Right. It's interesting to me. I think there will be a lot of investigation, a lot of questions asked about security tonight.
And one of the security cameras at the hotel, this is posted on True Social by President Trump. Again, we want to show you this. This is at the hotel. Keep an eye on this. You will see the suspect come tearing through there, and the response by the agents. You can see how quickly he came through there. And he didn't get much further than that, because I don't know if we have it, but then President Trump also put up a photo of the suspect on the ground, and you can tell that the carpet is the same as it was in this location. So,
yeah, we heard during the news conference, exchanged gunfire with the individual. He was not struck by gunfire. He is in custody, captured, but there was an agent that was struck by gunfire. And then you heard the Attorney General for the district say, Janine Pirro say, that he is going to be okay.
Weijia Zhang was quite a little bit emotional when she came back out to announce that, they hoped to have something going on, but that it wasn't going to happen, and that President Trump then promised to do it again in 30 days. So, and then she asked the question at the press conference that we both wanted to listen to, because she was sitting right next to the president when all this happened. Robin Krevker, Illinois, Democrat. Robin, thanks for holding. You're on with on C-SPAN, and we have Greta Bronner here, in fact, who was at the dinner.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm watching this and reading online, and I want to know where the media skepticism is on this. I mean, that's really part of the media's job. There's so much online that leads to this being another possible staged assassination attempt like Butler, and I haven't seen anything from online or journalism, media journalism, legacy journalism. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. And then tonight
hey, Robin, so you think Butler was a wag the dog situation or a setup?
Absolutely, do a lot of other people.
Okay.
And then tonight,
Robin, we're going to leave it there. We appreciate you calling in with your opinion that this was some kind of a setup. We've heard that a couple times tonight. Robin, let's see. We're moving on to Sandy in Paris, Kentucky. Hi, Sandy.
How are you?
Please go ahead and make your comments. We're listening.
Okay. My concern really is about social media. I got online to, a bunch of school friends of mine on here, and I saw a post. I'll read you one. I've never wanted to hear the leftists say the White House doesn't need its own ballroom again, exclamation, exclamation. These people are juicing up things that President Trump has said instead of just quoting him,
Okay, Sandy, thank you for calling in with that point of view. We've heard that quite a bit, and I know we're going to continue this conversation tomorrow morning on the Journal. It's hard to put you on the spot to talk about issues, because you and I do not talk about issues.
Right.
We have no opinions about anything.
Right.
So
it was just, I think it's fascinating, though, for folks to have a window into what it was like to be in the room, though. I mean, to provide that for people tonight, because there's a room full of journalists.
Yeah, when we started out tonight, we were showing the room and talking about how crowded it is and how painfully crowded that room can be with the aisles and the chairs and the whole thing. And it was, semi-lighthearted. Yeah. And a little more relaxed than our usual issues-based coverage.
Yeah, it's very tight in that room. I can't imagine that a fire marshal thinks that is a good idea. It is very tight. And they have chairs, you're very close together around the table. It's a crowded room.
And we're going to show some video here that our C-SPAN's Howard Mortman shot when everybody was crouching down, just to give you a sense of people on the ground here. Some crouched, some not quite as far down.
Yeah, and right there.
Was that a Secret Service agent? That woman? Looks like she's got because she's not really dressed for the dinner, but looked like she was pulling out a gun maybe, right?
I didn't see. Okay. And Howard was at there's John McArdle.
There's John McArdle.
So Howard was at the table behind. There's the table I was sitting at. There's the congressman right there.
Okay. All right. Is that Pedro?
That's Pedro.
Yeah, there's Pedro.
Pedro Echeverria was at the same table.
Yeah, I see a couple people down, but you guys were just kind of a little bit crouched. And do we see we don't see the Secret Service coming through here, do we?
Not quite at this moment. If this is just right after the sound of what it sounded like a tray crashing to to the
I saw them. It looked like they were coming across.
No, you can see them.
Tables.
There they are.
There we go. Here we go. Come on. Yeah. This is what we saw, and this is what really kind of caught our attention as to something is wrong here. with these guys crawling over the tables and getting through.
And that's how quickly they moved. I mean, at this point, the president's already gone. The vice president's already gone.
Did we ever
First
find
Lady.
out, did they keep him at the hotel, or did they take him right back to the White House?
I do not know. You're right.
That was a gun, wasn't it, she pulled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was law enforcement there.
Yep. And now I would really get down if all those guns were.
And this is how these folks are moving quickly through the tables, over the chairs. You can see now this is when they're moving the Health and Human Services Secretary back that direction. He's in that scrum toward the dais that our viewers are seeing right there. That is the RFK Jr. there. He's starting to exit. And I think at this point, they have his wife. So they're exiting. If Howard Mortman is still rolling, you would see then next the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, makes his way past our table in the same direction as the Health and Human Services Secretary.
That whole head table emptied out fast.
It sure did. And
here they go again.
See, that's the Secretary of State right there in the tuxedo making his way out. And during this, there are a lot of people in this room. It is quiet. That
room is never quiet.
It was very quiet during this whole part. People are ducked down. It was incredible to me. There was still some clanging of plates, and as the law enforcement, of course, made their way across tables, plates were crashing to the ground around them. And it was incredible how quiet the room became, because people at this point don't know what's happening, where it's coming from, what direction, and what they should do next. All they're told at this point is to get down. That is it. That is the direction that you have when you're in the room for what feels like a really long time, but it's probably only minutes.
Let's try to take a couple more calls, and then we're going to replay the president's press conference at the White House in just 2 or 3 minutes. But let's hear from George out in San Luis Obispo, California, Independent Line. George, if you've been with us all night, do you know what's going on? What do you think?
Not all night, but I do know what's going on. First of all, I'd like to say I really appreciate your guests' perceptions of what had transpired in the room. That must have been very, very scary. So I appreciate her viewpoint. I am old enough to have been a witness to history on numerous occasions like this, including the press coverage of JFK, RFK, and MLK years ago. I can say I'm happy for these people to have avoided the banquet food tonight, but
he injected a little humor there, saying that you got to avoid the banquet food. And literally no food was served, was it?
Just salads were already on the table before the president was introduced, and before the association president, Weijia Jiang, gave her introductory remarks. So the salad was there. We had just started to eat when all of this occurred.
Well, you can bet that tomorrow morning on the Washington Journal, 7 to 10 a.m., we'll be taking your calls and updating with the information that's come in. David is in Seattle, Democrat. Go ahead, David.
Hey, thank you. You know, a lot of people have also already spoken to the polarization of this country, social media. We're all just going back and forth on Twitter, Facebook, you name it. I think critical thinking is at an all-time low. I understand the media is doing its job, but, you know, back in 75, if you remember the movie about, I'm mad as heck and I'm not going to take this anymore, we knew what would happen when they switched to a for-profit motive. We used to have an independent journalism. Now it's, of course, going for ratings. So it is, in fact, adding fuel to the fire. I'm sorry that this young man just added to the martyrdom of the MAGA movement. I remember after the Charlie Kirk assassination, somebody said, go out and touch some grass. I really do think that's a poignant statement. We all need to put down our phones and really engage with each other.
That's David in Seattle. Thank you, David. Weijia Jiang is with CBS. She is president of the White House Correspondents Association this year. After everything settled a little bit, she came back to the podium. I don't think you've seen this either. She came back to the podium. Here's what she had to say.
This is a room full of reporters, so I know you've already seen the president's tweet. My apologies, his post on Truth Social. And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe. The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to continue despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are. I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do. So, thank God everybody is safe. And thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. Thank you.
Greta Bronner, you hadn't heard Ouija because you were running around outside D.C.
Yeah, and she was emotional there.
Yeah.
I was struck by that. It's interesting. I wonder if she received a phone call directly from the president or if it was the White House press secretary, that Caroline Leavitt, who was also at the dinner tonight.
Very, very pregnant,
yes.
right? Yeah.
And, you know, and it's, yeah, and that's interesting because people around me at the table in earshot, I could hear people say, I have a 4-year-old or I have this child, and people wanted to leave. I mean, when they were able to get up, the reaction of people in the room who were parents was interesting too. Many of them thought, they got down low and then they thought, I want to leave. I have a 4-year-old. You know, I heard people say sentiments like that.
Well, we checked to make sure that you talked to Billy and the girls and that John talked to Laura and the kids. And we also want to thank Malika Hall because Malika is a C-SPAN employee. She was the first one to get through on the phone from the ballroom to tell us what was going on. So all three of these guys, just terrific colleagues, and at the same time did a great job. And thank you for walking us through what it was like to be there. Greta Bronner, thank you. Well, thank you all for joining us this evening. And now we're going to replay the President Trump press conference from about an hour and a half ago.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one